I'm not sure. Kyle Simonson.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it.
That was up ours.
Oh.
No prairie dogs?
Mm-mm.
It'd be good practice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was.
They're all like crazy right now with this cold.
Yeah.
Kind of eating like mad. They don't even go down in these weeks. So
Camera on. Okay. It's time to call the meeting to order. And let's start out by pledging to our flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The agenda, and Dave's got one thing he wants to add to the agenda.
Yes, I'd like to add the Golden Age snow removal. And then, I guess I had a meeting Sunday, I should probably talk about that a little bit. Just, what do you say, miscellaneous information or something that I'd like to add.
Anything else? Does anyone need to take off here? Everything's okay? Is there a motion to approve the agenda with the additions?
Move to approve. Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, we get into the minutes. Or to the we're looking at minutes from what date? Two different dates? Yes.
11th and the 30th.
I'll make a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
I have a question on the second one, Dave, just a
Okay.
second, Dave. Conditional use, it starts out at conditional use 1075, and the last sentence says 1074.
1075 should be the building permit, my apologies.
Second with the correction made.
Motion. Second. All in favor? Aye. Always good to have a chance to read through them ahead of time. Bills. Homework. The bill for this plumbing repairs is that one. Just that, no, they did back here.
No, there was way more to that repair than what we originally anticipated. So the main valve got repaired. And then Keith was in working on lawn stuff, and there's another valve that was leaking really bad. So he came out. Then we discovered that the curb stop was like rusted closed, so they couldn't even get the water shut off to fix that. So the city came out, we had no water, they got that fixed. Then he came out and fixed, there's a lot, and there's actually some more that he's quoting us that needs to be done. There's corrosion in the pipes, so it was that large because he fixed 2 valves and something with the boilers and pipes, so.
That would be the water supply for the whole building then coming in from the main.
Yeah.
was the same, so.
Ammunition shields, what's that for?
The annual
For
qualification.
you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that for the pellet gun for shooting stray, radiant, rabid animals?
Is that dated stuff, you guys? Is that dated?
No, but we had burned up our reserves by sending somebody to the academy.
Understood. I thought that was when it's just a. What's that reference, the comprehensive thing?
Yeah, I did say that. Okay, bills, do I hear a motion to approve payment of the bills?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second, roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye. All in favor? Paying the bills approved. Unclaimed property approval.
That's Laura. We've done it before. It's one of those, there's a check that we have to send to unclaimed property. I did just text her. So we could skip to the next one until she gets down here.
Let's just skip that for now.
So is Laura coming to explain?
Yep.
We can go down to the, I don't know how it takes sport facilities granted.
Sure.
Oh, Laura's here.
Morning. Morning, everybody.
Yeah, we're into the unclaimed property approval,
Okay.
and you're gonna give a report on that.
Yes, I'm just here to ask for your permission to submit a check to unclaimed property. We had a payment that was received by the recorder's office back in September of 2023 for an electronic payment for deed recording. The description was incorrect, so they were unable to record it and send it back. And with this simple file, the company has to, or the person has to request the reversal, and they haven't. That amount is $65. We've called them and sent letters, and we haven't had a response, so we'll need to send that in unclaimed property.
So we need to make a motion then to,
I'll just do like make a motion to approve it, just to send it in,
So
to get it off the books.
to send that check back to unclaimed.
Right, yeah, this is a company from, it was Woodward Law Firm, that was on Park Canvas. And we, like I said, called and sent letters and haven't had a response, so.
You made a
It's a
motion,
2 years.
I'll second it.
okay, the motion and second. There's something in the minutes that we want to reread,
How
Or
much
read.
was it for? 65.
a motion. And we,
Just 65. 65 even.
Do you want me to read it? Okay. Motion to approve, sending a $65 check to unclaimed property for, that's it, sending a check to unclaimed property.
okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Approved.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff's Department updates. Dave, you
I just, I don't know if we have a whole lot as far as updates, as far as, our vehicles, still supposed to be here by the end of this month.
Yeah, I just talked to them last week.
Other than that, I don't have a whole lot to,
No, as far as the grant goes, because of the government shutdown, everything's on hold as far as grants, so we won't hear till they lift that.
We're gonna be getting, you think, both vehicles at the same time?
they should be, yep, both of them should be here at the same time.
Yeah.
Everything should be fully equipped, ready to roll.
And they're shipped to Bismarck,
Right here,
Right here to the park.
right to the parking lot.
so you're gonna have an open house, give people rides?
Yeah, sure. One way it's home.
Have we ever had a joint meeting with the city that we always talk about?
I have reached out to them, and we were shooting for the end of the year, so I'm waiting to hear back from the city as far as what date works for them, so that I can give you guys a date and we can figure that out. I did talk to Rochelle yesterday and kind of put that bug in her ear again, just to bring it up and think about it, because I know we had talked about that doing a meeting at the end of this year, just to kind of basically do a where are we at type meeting, because the police agreement is not up for renewal until 27.
20, yeah.
So,
Guys have any questions for the sheriff department?
That car, that's been retired?
I
2017,
dare say it is, and I don't think we wanna
investing
stick
in
any
money.
more money into it, so. I guess we could have Kenny take a look at it to see what the problem is, but I mean, other than that, I don't know
Let's
that
not
we
do
wanna stick.
that. Not if you
a
got
lot,
for 30
yeah.
days from having reliable
Yeah.
vehicles there.
There's more
Yeah.
wasting money.
Well, we're stuck on into it, right?
Yeah.
Or a month out.
Unless it'd be a warranty thing.
Well, that's what I would say, we could check with, Leo's and see if, they would, if that's what the problem is. Cause I'm thinking the way Bryce was talking, the way that was running, that's what it sounds like, it was knocking pretty bad. And that's, I think what we had fixed on it in the first place,
So it might be a warranty.
possible. I'm
You can ask. It
not gonna hold my
don't,
breath on
no,
it, but.
it don't cost to ask.
Right. So, I guess, yeah, that's about it.
Is there, you get a lot of miles out of the vehicles?
Oh, yeah, I think we've got, our fair share of miles out of them. I mean, they're getting used. So, and, it just wasn't time to replace that one yet, so we ended up sticking the money into it, so.
And 100,000 miles on an emergency response vehicle is a lot of miles.
Yeah,
That's life expectancy.
Is that about what's on, 100,000?
No, there's
It was
over.
about 160, I think.
Yep.
yeah, about 160.
But a life expectancy of an emergency response vehicle, 100,000, that's pushing it.
Your vehicle, Jim, has about 150 already, doesn't it?
I'm sitting right around
29.
129, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So we'll keep that one for a spare.
Okay. No more questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, ready to office?
Well, we want to start off with the truck. So, 2001 Freightliner had a dash fire at one point in time. I guess it was last year. Never taken care of, so we brought it down to I-State. First call I got last Tuesday, unrepairable, no parts available. Here we sit. So, kind of did some checking, found the harness to repair it offline through a salvage yard. So I told them that just put it back together, and if we get a couple bad days where we can't be out this winter, we'll put a new harness in it and fix it ourselves. So that's where we stood on that. Friday afternoon, I get a phone call saying your truck's ready to be picked up and it's done. Couldn't quite figure out what they had going there, so I, after talking to them a little bit, previous service writer that called me on Tuesday, I don't know if he got trucks mixed up, what, but our truck's fixed. They said they wanted to, with parts and labor, it was $4,000. Like I told the service writer that called me on Friday, I kind of have an issue with that because they came to us Tuesday and said it wasn't fixable, non-repairable, the truck was done. So he talked to his manager and came back and they credited us for the money that we spent on the harness. And I think the total bill came in, they charged us, I think it was $1,100 total, done. The truck's fixed and it only cost us $1,100 versus the $4,000.
Long story, and The process, it turned out all right.
Yeah, well, it turned out good for us, probably not so much for the employee that they were dealing with, so. So that part's taken care of, we just gotta get down and get it, but supposedly it's all fixed, so. So it actually, and we couldn't see not fixing it because a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, there was quite a bit of money stuck into that truck, so. I mean, we can't justify throwing it away after all that money was stuck into it.
So a $3,000 savings at least.
Right.
So. And then there were some utility permits.
Highway utility permits. West River and Rough Rider.
Two for Rough Rider and one for WRT.
Rough Riders are the VI stuff.
Yes.
The new one should be straight south VI, and the other one should be over.
35th and 38th.
Yeah, should be over here area.
I'm on 37.
Yep.
So this says 38.
It's all our stuff.
What's that?
It's sauce.
That's what they said, is
Yeah.
that it's for.
35th would be south of B&I, the road that got closed. My road's 37th.
This is the WRP one.
Township 141.
Rough Rider.
Oh. Sure.
Well, wait, this is Township 142. Oh,
4284.
yeah,
Doesn't it have a section?
26 and
26 and 7, yeah.
26 and 27, so that's north of you. On 30, like
Yeah, cause you're,
south of Meckley's.
yeah,
Okay,
cause you, when you take that John Doe, you go to 37. That's right. That's where
Okay,
the, where
because of the
the,
John.
it's where the, yeah, right before the existing bridge.
so
Wondering if
I wonder why you would be moving the line there. That'd be on the dresser land.
the only let me make a quick phone call. I'll find out for you guys.
And this is for the Greg Meyer, Lacey Meyer's new house, right south of Greg Meyer on the section line.
They give us 2 copies of the same permit.
Mm-hmm.
What, township is that in?
142,
We're 141.
right. But, yeah, we're on 141.84.
142 would be west further.
North.
North,
Or
142.
142, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, all right,
Right
gotcha.
there was
Yep.
one
No, that would be right. if
for
it's up there
141 and the
by-
other for 142.
Yeah,
And 142 would be up by the existing overpass.
Yeah, right before.
So I don't know why they'd be moving it there unless they're gonna eliminate the overpass, but there's been no talk about it. In fact, you can't. There's no room other than that.
They can't eliminate that bridge.
Well,
Not until they get done digging
yeah, and all the reclamation, and that's probably,
10 years ago.
and I think if I read up on it enough, there's nothing in the old, back when it was approved, that there had to be removed.
We're just running power from kind of by Rob well, Rod and Brad's under the road to where we have those, that new shelter that we planted this year. We put recurring power to that side.
Oh, to the other side.
Yep. And I can get you a more detailed plan after this. I can send out if you get like. I kind of forgot we were gonna do.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the 2 Rough Rider permits, building permits?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion second, any further discussion on them? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay.
Yeah.
Permit for West River Telephone for.
They want to buy.
Has looked at this,
Yeah, you said this was for lease.
Yes.
Resident.
Yep. Straight south of Greg's house.
Okay.
is there a motion to approve one from West River Telephone?
So moved.
I'll second motion.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay, also on there, we have 59th Avenue, Dakota Westmore.
Yep, we're here with them.
So yeah, for reference, I guess, is what we're talking about. So on the left side of that sheet, you can see Highway 49 running north and south with the
Yep.
yeah. Yep. You can see some of the Westmoreland mining shop office complex to the west of that, but we have a red line drawn kind of on the right side of your sheet there. That's the 2-mile stretch of 59th that we're referencing that runs through the middle of our mining permit, but as you can see, that mining permit's completely reclaimed at this point. We have a few little features we have to repair out there in the future, but this has been open to public access, not officially, but our gates have been open, for years now. It's being used to get across for public access by the producers, farmers, and ranchers at this point. So, kind of looking at what do we want to do with this road going forward? We can't get over there with our mining equipment anymore since it's all reclaimed. We would have to go off permit with our equipment to get it over there to maintain that road. So that's not, really an option for us now anymore in the future without, being able to move that equipment over there. So I'm kind of wanting to have that discussion with you guys about, is it time to turn it back over to the county?
Is that 2 miles?
Yep.
It's a 2-mile stretch. Yep.
Who owns on that
There's
road?
nothing on that road, nobody uses it.
Well, it's actually highly trafficked road.
Yeah.
From the
Because,
mine,
what's that?
from the mine.
No,
No,
for
for
farmers.
farmers and ranchers. Yep.
Yeah,
Who's
isn't that
farming?
London? Who's there?
Well, there's several different farmers and ranchers that own pasture here and cropland, and there's a whole lot of hay.
It's a bunch of hayland over here that all gets taken out on that road, and plus cropland as well. So
Which farm is this at the bottom?
That would be,
Everything's been reclaimed and.
yeah, there's a couple little ponds out on the far peripheral, the far east that we have
right there.
to take out and a few repair areas, but the majority of actual reclamation work is done.
So it's not a bus road or anything at least?
No.
Kenny, you've been out there.
Yeah, well, we have been, blading it, touching up here and there. Last year we were told not to by previous, but, there's washouts, there's spots, washouts 2 feet deep. These guys are trying to pull their trucks, and I'm the one that reached out to them a week ago because we got to do something. Not only is it a liability issue, but I mean, there's
That was our road at one time.
yes,
Good gravel on it?
no.
You got any gravel?
We have scoria, we can,
Oh, yeah, I like going with green.
What's your recommendation we do?
I think we need to start, work, even if they could get us some scoria so we can get into some of the low spots, and start, even scoria on that road might be okay because it's a lot of heavy haul for all the,
Would we wanna take it back before all the conditions that we require are met? Or don't?
I mean,
Have it.
if
We
we
don't
can get
require.
scoria on there, we could work with you guys, leveling out, laying it out.
yeah,
But
we can get the scoria there for you if you
Yeah.
guys can lay it.
Right.
Yeah, because like I say, we're gonna have to hire a contractor to come in and truck it there because we can't use our mining equipment.
Right.
So we can get it there for you if you guys could
And I
lay it.
don't see an issue with that.
So what are you asking us to do?
We just wanted to come and have the discussion with you guys if that's the process we want to go going forward. If you guys are okay, with that, once we have it, you'll have the scoria down or have the footing down. Then we'll come back with the proposition to actually reopen the road publicly.
So what is the process to formally transfer it back to you guys?
Take us all out to supper and
I would
Done deal, we're going
agreements way back, there is
Yeah.
something.
Yep. So there's
I don't know if we have anything.
yeah. So there's a road closure resolution from the past.
How do we properly take repossession of that road?
I'd have to take a look at the original documents.
Right,
Took it out.
from way back.
So how long has this been?
70s, I would guess.
20 years?
That's 8802 is the permit number, so 1988 or shortly after that it was probably closed.
So we should have records somewhere.
I'd have to go look in the vault, to be honest, to see where all.
Yeah, and we can
that-
look. It's in our mining permit as well. All those road closure resolutions, so I can do some digging in there as well. But yeah, it should be really just coming back to you guys and with approval from the county road superintendent. Officially, you guys turning it back over to you guys, which would be a vote from you.
so we can table it and address it next meeting.
Yeah, as long we won't ask for you to turn it over yet, but once it's resurfaced, then we'll come back and ask that. If you guys are
do
okay
some
with it.
research on our end.
Yeah, absolutely. But you guys are okay with us moving forward, working with your county road superintendent?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only other thing, we finished the whole project on the Hanover Road, got all that stuff out. That turned out pretty good. And then, I've talked to a couple of you about, the disc boards, about trying to get a demo. So we can try and work on that now. Actually Butler might have one for us to demo if they gotta use one. So, kind of go from there first and see if it works, and when we get one, probably have you guys come out and you can see what we're going through. So, other than that,
I did go check out by Matt Heinrich south of you, where the cemetery is, Yucca Cemetery. Drove in there, had a talk with Matt. It's gonna take a little bit of work, we talked last meeting about getting a road built. I was called after the meeting that there is a archaeological site somewhere along the section line. So I contacted Cole Beckel at Minn Kota, and he's gonna look into where it is because Minn Kota would have been the ones notified of that. So once we know that, then
I called the state on that day. I got a call too on it.
Okay.
We're okay as long as we keep it narrow. but it must be right outside of what was disturbed previously.
So are we on the north side or south side of the section line? Do you know?
I think it's on the north
I
side.
think it's on the north side.
So it'd be closer to the fence then. That'd be good.
Yes.
Yeah, because the way I understood it, it's between like you said, where it was disturbed between the power line and the fence.
Right.
So then we should be okay, because we shouldn't be digging around the power lines anyway, so.
And that'd be that new Minn Kota line they put in.
Yeah.
We'll just have to remember that for next time that the landowner that wants these roads built, they're gonna have to do legwork on this archaeological stuff.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we're aware of it now, because, I don't know why it wasn't marked. You know, the county should have been informed that there was a site to
When
it.
I called the state, they said it's an archaeological find of record. He knew exactly where it was at. He did. I didn't. I don't know, but it was discovered during the construction of that line.
Other than that,
Well, and I did drive the Hensler Road. You know, we had all that crushed asphalt that was supposed to go on the edges.
mm-hmm.
And we no longer have any crushed asphalt, so something's gonna have to be done before more engineering can pursue that project too.
Yep. And same with the hole on the Cross Ranch Road. It's been getting cooler, so they're planting going maybe next week or a few days of the 70s. He said check back in the morning. He said, because if it gets warm, we'll have it going. I mean, it won't take long, but they don't know. It's day by day with them now, so.
Okay.
So,
Sure be nice to have that done before winter.
yes, it will be. Same with the shoulders. We want that done before that chip seal takes place in the spring, but
You got any leads on crushed asphalt for spring?
no. They don't know if or when or where, and the stuff out here isn't set in stone go either for 31 and 25. So that's where we sit with that.
Do you wanna give an update on the temporary new hire or wait with that? Is there anything to say?
No, that's everything going good there. We hired Courtney. We got him and Daryl out mowing now, and Dennis is doing a few odds and ends, and he's hauling gravel today. We got a couple small pipe to put in yet. It's not dire need if we don't get to it done until spring, but we're trying to get to it done this fall. Just a couple pieces on section line that need to be fixed. So.
What are we gonna do with the Booble Road, the 3 culverts are replaced as far as seeding it come next spring? Is there,
We'll have to rent the cedar.
or spring?
Yeah. So,
How steep is that?
it's not steep.
NRCS has drills.
I think they might be too big though. I think we'll have to do a broadcast type of deal.
Okay.
So, and I was, around one of the smaller broadcasts where we used to have one, but we don't anymore. So, other than that, I got nothing.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Let's go down to court facilities grant information.
So we get this letter every year, and you probably did get a copy of it also, but they send me a copy. The state court has like a facilities grant program where each county can apply for different updates or needs for the court facilities, meaning the courthouse, parts of it that affect court. Previously. This is used as a jury room, so this table, part of it was used a couple of years ago with the court facilities grant. Some of the lights that got replaced were given money from the state for that. When we did the window project, some of the windows were included in that. I did include in your folders a copy of the minutes from this year's Court Facilities Advisory Committee because it has a list of what other counties have done or requested. Just for ideas, we have until the end of the year to come up with options, ideas, requests. And I did talk to Rebecca about it. Security updates are a possible option, so if there's security things that we need to do. But yeah, so if you wanna take those home and look through them, we don't need an answer right now, it's just kind of for your information. It looks like this, right?
We have been reported in the past that we have gotten a lot from these
Yes,
grants.
yep.
I am not sure if we've ever been rejected on applications.
I guess I don't know, the couple of years that I've been here, we've gotten some, we didn't do anything last year because we didn't have any projects that had been identified. But kind of think it over and I'll see if Rebecca has any suggestions, and even the sheriff's department, because security is included in that, there are some options that we could do with security, like possibly the front doors. So I'm gonna put it on a few other people to do some research instead of just me, so.
Okay. Weed board appointment.
Okay, I have 2 applications for lead board. We have 3 vacancies currently. Here's the applications.
That's Ethan's.
Yes.
No, his wife,
That's
Alicia.
Yeah,
That's Alyssa.
Alicia,
Alicia, yeah. The one that works at the school.
yes. Okay, she's in Daryl Schulte's district. Based on the map. She would be
I
in,
don't know where them lines are.
They don't either.
I think we do have a copy in the office that I could get for later, but that one, she is in Daryl's. Dorothy is currently in the one that Darren Cargus is in as an at-large member. But then we also have Brian Letzrings that is open, and then the far east side of the county is also open.
That's you. I did a good job.
And I guess depending on how you appoint these or there are terms involved. One of these terms ends at the end of the year that's vacant. One ends next year, and then another one ends in 2028, because that was Linda's, she just got reappointed. And then 2025 would have been Brian Letzrings, and then the 2026, and it was Daryl Schulte.
So Linda's is considered the far east?
Yes, I could actually probably just pull up.
But Gene Gross is done this year.
Gene Gross is done at the end of this year, and then Brian Letzring, his term is unexpired, would have ended at the end of this year.
Okay, we have the 2 applicants, lead board. And I would ask for a motion to approve placing these 2 applicants on the lead board. Dorothy and Alicia. What are your thoughts?
No, I guess I've expressed my thought before, but, you know, I guess as long as that's what they want, well,
I just need to know which terms they're filling. Because that,
Well, technically Linda's would be the open one.
that'd be the one left open.
right, so we would have to put Darren elsewhere because Dorothy would be taking that spot.
So we put Darren at Brian's spot
If that's the way.
and Dorothy back where she originally was.
That's up to you guys. I just-
No, but I mean, if that's the districts they live in.
I'm trying to get them mapped up all up here.
That would be the district.
That was the weed board's recommendation. They're going to go into where Brian's area.
Okay, so we have to find somebody for down on the river, basically.
So I think
If we can
find
another applicant,
Right.
Darren's at large too, right?
Darren is currently the at-large member, yes.
So we could move him again if we need to.
It's not the greatest, but over here in the pink, that is Linda's vacant district. This is currently where Darren is filling out. That is where Dorothy Dewar lives.
Okay.
This is the vacant district that Daryl Schulte had on the top here. And then the bottom is Brian Letzer's vacant district. And then over here, the yellow is Byron. This is Gene Gross. And the blue is Greg Meyer.
So Alicia is where?
Alicia
Daryl
would be
Schulte's.
in Daryl Schulte's, which is the top center. So she would be filling until 2026. Okay.
Every year.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion then to appoint Alicia to replace Daryl Schulte in that district. And to move Darren Cargis to the Brian Letzer district in my area. For the weed board.
And Dorothy for,
Oh yeah, and Dorothy's back to her original, her district.
And her term would expire at the end of this year. If that's, I mean, unless you,
no, we're not gonna play with the expiration dates. It is what it is.
right,
So they have to reapply.
We
We'll
have-
reapply in January.
we have unexpired terms that she would be filling. It's, I mean, we have a 2028 and we have a 2025. Because they can't be all on one, you know,
1 year.
rotation.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion to place these two individuals on the weed board.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would think we should use names that we accepted them, go out to the weed board, and the weed board should have some input on
They can figure it out.
adjusting the people in the district.
So, what are you saying?
It's be better if they take care of the adjustments. I mean, they're gonna do it as well as they can.
That's
Well,
fine.
those two have,
Yeah.
live in those districts, so that's covered. The only one
Yeah.
is Darren, who is at large.
that's-
If you move
that's-
him to
I think
Brian,
is the only
That's the one that.
questionable one now, the one at large, isn't it?
and then we have a vacant,
Yeah.
which would be the far east side of the county currently.
Darren could go there at least,
I mean, yeah, it doesn't,
technically. Okay,
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Okay, we approved Alicia and Dorothy. Okay, North Dakota Association of Counties update.
just as your FYI for those attending, you three and Kenny, the DOT meeting is at 11:45 on Tuesday. And that's where you need to discuss the projects, and Jim Jackson will be there, so I'll make sure that he knows that time also.
You're gonna be there, Kenny, right?
Plan on it.
Yeah.
Unless it's snowing.
Yeah, you kinda have to be there. Okay,
That'd be on the
we're all three gonna
14th.
be there?
No. The NDACO meeting is the 27th and 28th, so the 28th.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to get you Monday, but people call as soon as that email goes out, and unless you're right there, it's impossible.
So there is no meeting Monday, just Tuesday for us.
No, there's
No, you
meetings all
have to
day.
go Monday, Tuesday,
All day.
for conference, but the meeting with DOT is on Tuesday at 11:45. Cause they'll have like breakout sessions and.
And at this meeting, any projects that we're thinking about or already planning or future projects, that's what we discuss at this meeting.
Yeah, we talk about like our federal aid dollars that we have available to us. And Jim is on top of all of that, so.
Okay, NDRIN, what's that?
That's a Mickey thing.
Is she going to be able to discuss that?
She said she would be here, that's why it's on the agenda.
Okay, plumbing quote.
So, I am no plumber. I don't know all the things. But our plumber did come in. We have a quote for work that needs to be completed. Or should be. And then he also included, this is part of that quote. This information. I think it's an attachment that you put on the pipes to reduce lime scale and reduce the corrosion issues. He said that a lot of the pipes back there are corroding because they haven't been touched or looked at since the building was put up. And he said because of the boiler system itself, that causes a lot more issues, so. Kind of one of those things that if we leave it go, we could have some bigger issues like water damage. And, probably would cost us more money than fixing it now. But Keith Vitek has been really good kind of talking to him and working with him, so he kind of knows what's what. And we don't need to decide today necessarily, we could hold off and think about it.
You have to, this project, they have to dig up sidewalk? No?
Shouldn't have to. The city already dug up the one spot where the curb stop came in at. They lifted the concrete up and replaced it already. So that part is taken care of. There should not be any sidewalk happening with this. Cause
So
we
the
already
city's
took care of
portion of it is
the
completed?
city's portion is done. Like the curb stop got taken care of last week or whenever that was. They came out and they just took off the one part of the sidewalk where the curb stop was located at, and they put it back on and should be okay.
I think we need to move ahead with this project to complete that. Especially now that we're aware that there could be some, never know when damage occurs, especially with water.
Is that something you need to get a second bid on?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's less than.
Isn't it 10,000, isn't that?
Yeah. I mean, unless you want me to reach out to another company, I certainly can.
This guy's been pretty
He's
already
been
working with.
very good, yes. And very responsive too. I mean, we had the issue with the main valve and Keith called him and he came up within a day. And And then this other issue, he was up here and then he came back once the water got shut off and fixed and he couldn't.
And I did talk to Keith about removing that old fuel tank that was there for the old generator.
He's gonna take care of that.
Yep, he's gonna work with Roots to get it pumped out and then they'll remove the tank.
I guess I ask for motion to go ahead with this project and approve the contracting Stanley Laminate to do the project.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I will let him know.
Vicky, are you ready to give us a report on NDRIN and explain what it is?
This just came to my attention that the new people who would maybe know what NDRIN is.
I don't know.
It's engine is how you say it, but it's the North Dakota Recorders Information Network. It was started in '99 with a FEMA grant after the flood over in Cass County to help keep our records more secure. So when we record something on, like we use the Document Pro software, and we record on that, then we can transfer it automatically to Endrin and they put it in their storage.
It's like a backup file.
Yeah. They put it in like the backup file, but they also archive it. So it helps because we're we had a fire or something that would help save our records. Our county, since 2019, we have started putting all of our, using Android, putting everything on that. All of our records, we had the mass scanning project. You might probably do we had a mass scanning project. People come in and scan all of our records. And now, when I don't have anything to do, I go back and I index them. If we're getting close to done with the deeds, we'll start with the next, whatever we think is the way to go. Deeds were the most important. Now this Endrin, for people to access it, they do have to buy, it's funded by memberships from the public, especially businesses. Businesses like our wind tower. Business, they get their information off of it. We can send them a copy of our index that we have for a certain section township range, and then they can look at it and decide what records they need from us. And then we'll email them to them for a price. Or they can get it off. They can order the records right off of Endrin for $1 a copy. And 2 times a year, we get money. All the counties that belong to Endrin get money from there. We get 100% of the copies that we make, and that goes into the general fund for the county. And then we get, like last time it was 934 documents is what we had recorded. So we got that to put in our preservation fund. And our preservation fund is money that's been set aside for the recorders to be able to use for anything that would help preserve the records. Right now, one of the main things I still do with it is we still use the book, so we still make copies of everything, keep them in the book as well as put it on the computer. So that's one of the reasons when we did our project with the scanning, about half of the money came out of our preservation fund. So it's a good deal. 3 counties don't belong to Madrid. That's Williams, Mackenzie, and Montreal. And that's a lot to do with the oil. They thought they could get more money using their phone, coming up with their own system. So those 3 kind of banded together and came up with their own system. And 30-day pass is $30. Day pass is $7. And that, I can't remember how many people. Somebody says, more companies all the time that when they call, they'll say, they couldn't find this on Android. Well, probably too old, so we don't for that one, but they're using it. The landmen use it a lot. And I had down just for your information that in 2024, from this Android, we put in $9,447 to get. And then 2025, we've got $5,999 so far. You get twice a year, you get the checks, usually February and August in that area. So it's a little bit of money, and then from that, like this year we've gotten for preservation fund $2,424 to put in there. And right now what I'm looking at is all of our flats aren't scanned. So I'd like to, we're trying to get some of us counties together and get the company to come in and just kind of make a trip, make a circle and pick up some of us, because we all found things that we could put in that, it would be nice to have scanned, I guess.
So the cost to do that would be picked up by this NDRIM?
We should have the money to do it right now in our preservation funds. And that's what it came through.
So you would recommend that we do this, correct?
Yeah, stay with it. Yeah. I think it's been a wonderful tool. It's been great. Let's see what we have. Preservation fund right now has it at $10,346. Yeah, 46 cents. Because every month too, $3 for each document that's reported goes into the preservation fund. So if you report 100 documents, you put 300 in the preservation, and then the rest goes into general. I just thought it probably be nice to explain it. I know I talked it out at Dave one day. I said, well, something about getting something off of Android. And he didn't really look too puzzled, but it was just one of those things that.
Do you know roughly what the cost would be on it?
On this?
Yeah.
We don't pay anything.
Oh, you
Right by that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't pay anything. And they also got us connected with Fiddler Technologies. Everybody got a little flyer thing in there with their announcements for the meetings for the training. And that's the property fraud alert. And that's free too, because we use money, profits from Android to kick into that. It's not really like that. We're not really trying to make a lot of money, but just sustain the program. So there's nothing we need to do right now.
any reason why we wouldn't go along with
Do
this.
that, right?
Well,
It's a win for everybody.
yeah, it is, all the way around, because like I said, the public uses it, the businesses use it. It's very handy here, and Patty has access to DocuPro. I'm not sure any of us could have access to entering, because we do have a login just for our county.
Okay.
So if you wanted to get back just to see what was on there.
So when you mentioned that, I got to thinking, excuse me, right now, we don't have any kind of a login to either vault, correct? So anybody can come in, look at the records. I'm wondering with the way things are getting, especially like I've been in Mickey's, she's been helping me with quite a bit on ours. And we've had individuals coming in lately and finding out who owns what land and what's going on. We don't know who. And I've had 2 calls in the last week of people getting offered hellacious amounts of money for their per acre for their land. And I did call Lane on it because some of this land is right out by B&I property. We don't know who it is, what's going on, but I'm wondering we shouldn't have a login system where they gotta come in to that office, either office, and log in, time, date, person, and who they're representing.
Do other counties do that? Do you know, Mickey? I'd have to ask the
I
auditors.
know the oil counties do.
Okay.
The thing is you have to be careful asking them who they represent.
Okay.
Because they kind of like infringing on the confidentiality or whatever.
I think the landowners are concerned about how they're getting their information.
Yeah.
They know exactly
Confidentiality
locations,
on both ends.
everything, and I think that's,
I understand that it would be, it would just be a little scary when they were. And the thing is with our records, they're all public records. And the same as if they're getting it off of Endrin, if they pay for the subscription, it's public record.
would you have a problem with that, Kyle, on your end, as far as, like when you guys started looking at landowners? Was that a big deal? Would it be a problem to sign in?
No, I was thinking that it's all public information though on tax records. Really, no matter what county we went into or state, it's never been a issue finding ownership. I guess
You can find ownership on Onyx now.
Yeah, that's true too.
If you go to the courthouse and you have that, you sign in to go through records, to find information.
Well, I think that way we know who's in our vault sometimes.
It's still information, but it's,
Yep.
you did register, last time we were in, we had to do some of that, we had an ID who we were registered to.
Yeah, and Dave, I'll follow up with our land agents to see when they go in, just to be saying if gotta be the same. But
We weren't denied any access to any information, we just had a name of who we were, not even really what we were looking for, just had to have why we were there.
Well, I think like in my case, what we've had to look through the books for information from way back, anybody can come in and tear out a page and that's gone. So that's my concern.
And that is a concern if you get someone that you don't know. We know, like by sight, a lot of the lines that come in. And the people from BNI and Minnesota. But some of the individuals, I'll go up and introduce myself to them and ask if they need any help. But it wouldn't hurt to try. We tried, but it was after COVID, we tried to do a sheet. But the people would come and sign in and do it. Just someone do it, someone.
It's the ones that are going to give you a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see a problem with it at all?
They need to, courthouse, everyone needs to get organized on that. Because we have a lot of people coming in looking for info. So we have to work together on this.
It's a security department.
You
guys got all
I
that.
think it should be done.
And if we wanted to,
Grounds, that would be the place to do it.
I would,
Oh,
Any idea what the right format would be on that? Or do we need to talk about it next month?
I don't know, I think it's something we need to definitely look at. Like Troy said, I can check with Market Valley.
Kind of what they're doing.
Kyle can see what their guys do when they're all running around different places.
and send out an email to
Yeah, and I can send one to the auditors because I don't know that necessarily all auditors have a vault in their courthouses, but like the auditor treasurer here shares a vault in their, the road easements and minutes and that kind of stuff stored in ours that it's public record, so we can go in there and look at it, so.
Can we table it and bring it back next month? Thank you.
so that way we can move this in and we'll work on that.
I don't think we need to approve this end right now. This was just more for your
Sound right?
information.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
very good, so.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you. Patty, are you ready for us? We're ready for you.
Well, we're just doing the resolution. Are you gonna talk?
Well, I gotta read it, so.
Well, I know, you're the fast reader. You guys are gonna get the permits
This
last.
is the only thing that we have.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have.
Is the enforcement amendment that, it was brought up a couple of months ago that what we currently have in the ordinance is not acceptable. And so we did the first reading and public hearing at planning and zoning, and now we're at the second reading and potentially final approval. So I will read it for you. An ordinance edition for 18, enforcement of the zoning ordinance of Oliver County relating to enforcement. Remedies and enforcement. If it determined that any building or structure is erected, constructed, reconstructed, altered, we did take out the word repaired because we do not require permits for repairs or maintenance. So those two words were removed, repair and maintenance. Converted, or if any building, structure, or other property is used in violation of this ordinance, the planning and zoning department or the Oliver County auditor shall notify the Oliver County State's Attorney of such violation. The Oliver County State's Attorney shall then institute appropriate action to prevent such unlawful erection, construction, reconstruction, alteration, conversion, or use. Restrain, correct, or abate such violations, prevent the occupancy of the building, structure, or land, prevent the illegal act, conduct, business, or use in or about the premises, and or impose the penalty provided under Chapter 11-33 of the North Dakota Century Code or under this ordinance. Footnote 2, a violation of the regulations and restrictions made under the provisions of Chapter 11-33 of the North Dakota Century Code constitutes the maintenance of a public nuisance and shall be a Class B misdemeanor. Upon conviction, a maximum penalty of 30 days imprisonment, a fine of $500 or both may be imposed. 3, a violation of 17.3 building permit of this ordinance constitutes a violation of this ordinance. Upon conviction of a violation, a maximum penalty of a fine of $500 may be imposed. So, that being said, the board saw no issues other than removing the words repaired or maintained or repair maintenance because we do not require permits for repair and maintenance of your structures in the county. Like, you don't have to get a permit to replace your windows or replace your siding or anything like that. That's not a requirement. So striking those two lines, they did approve as is. So now I guess I'm just looking to see if you guys are good with it. This is because of how it was written previously, we were unable to enforce what we have. And so this is replacing what we currently have in the ordinance under enforcement.
You looked at it, Patrick?
I did, yeah. The prior ordinance that we had was not enforceable because we're not a home rule county. And so this fixes that. Mm-hmm. And so I'm very comfortable with this language.
You need a motion on that too?
I do.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Just need your signature on this one.
Thank you.
That's all we have for planning and zoning, because we had that special meeting last week for those permits. So other than that, I've got nothing else.
Okay, foreclosure updates.
So this year, there will be no foreclosure sale because all properties have been redeemed, prior to the October 1st deadline. Normally at this meeting, I would have you set a minimum sale bid amount, and I don't have to this time, which is good. That means the taxes, at least for this year, are paid and caught up, so.
State Fair delegate appointment.
So we received a letter from the state fair. We get one every year. They have an annual meeting, and we are requested that you appoint one delegate. This person has to reside in your county. Previous years, we've appointed Rick. I did talk to him last night before I left, and he said he would be fine with being appointed as the delegate again, so,
Okay, Rick has been our delegate.
He's there every year.
Yeah, he does a good job with it, and I would recommend that we reappoint or appoint Rick.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion. Second, all in favor? Aye. City sidewalk repairs.
Okay, should I talk?
Okay.
I was at city council, I asked Troy to come today and explain what's going on. He's on the south side down there.
So I do have a bid sheet here, come from something that we've used already. Silverhawk Construction has been prompt with getting us some bids, getting us project, we finished one ready for us up on the north side of town. They come to our attention on the south side of the courthouse, about from the walking bridge area. There's a fire hydrant there. Comes to the west of this first driveway. The sidewalk is in very, very need of repair. It's all crumbled, it's breaking up. Also beside that, we have a storm sewer that we're going to open the size of the grate. We're going to cut out part of the curb. We're going to expand it from 24 to a 48-inch grate so that we can try to release some more of this water pressure down the south side.
Discharge.
Yep. And the reason is it fills up, it can't handle the flow, runs across the street, takes out a resident's driveway, causes a big washout through his driveway. So we're going to try to relieve some more water pressure in there. The reason I'm here today, section number 2, directions to cut, remove, haul for back city sidewalk area approximately 72 feet by 5 foot by 4 foot, 4 inches thick. Existing base concrete to be used. Work to be done south of the county, building on Market Street, west up to the corner of Center Avenue South. I met with Mickey in the registrar's office, trying to find exact property marker, signs, markers, something, pins. It's pretty vague. We don't know who property line is on what and where it's at, so we're coming to you as the city, as a joint project. The bid is $9,000 to remove and replace that sidewalk area. And we're wondering if the county would be on board with matching that as a half project. We'll cover 45, the other half through the county. The concrete guy's gonna be here. He's gonna work on that side, that project, our drain project already. And wondering if the county would be interested in halving that project with us.
I think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think there's any legalities that prevent
Well,
us
since
from-
we don't know the property line and everything, that's,
I mean, you would have to go and get the expense of figuring out where that
Surveying
property line is, which would cost money. It may not be a bad idea to do that, for a number of reasons that I can talk about another time if you want, but, with respect to what's being asked here, there's nothing that would prevent the commissioner from doing that.
And, on the distillery side, you're gonna have to get into somebody's property, or
No,
that just goes into the creek?
This here, the number one project on the city drain, on the street drain, it's only a 24-inch grate, a small grate.
So you wouldn't expand the size of the.
We're opening the size of the grate. Yeah, just the intake side, nothing to do with the discharge. It's just to open it up, to give it a larger volume, to take water into the sewer drain it. We don't even know if it's really gonna help a lot, but we're gonna try to get something that we leave that water that pools back there.
It's been a problem there for years.
Yeah, and if you notice, I mean, even the ground has sunk it in there because of the water it holds. So that is part of this project. Section 3, that is gonna have to be redone and relooked at. There was a misquote for the area, so just disregard 3. But this project here, as soon as I contact them that were approved in the bid, he's prompt on getting it done. The last time we approved the bid, I think a week later he was here, ready to go to work. So we want to do this before freeze up. And then I know this section that was lifted out here, where the curb stop was underneath. It was talked about if that sinks, breaks, doesn't hold, because it's just laying in there now. It's not fixed, or that piece of sidewalk just kind of got dropped back in. So when he's here, I'm gonna have him look at that project also, that if we have to come back and do it the right way or repair it again, so that we'll have an active working bid on that also. So.
Okay. I'll make that motion to go half of that $9,000 to repair the sidewalks that drain.
Motion and second, further discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Trevor, do you have an extra copy of that?
I do.
What are they charging to remove the existing sidewalk? Is that something that we should just come in and take out?
It was all worked into the bid, Kenny. So, I mean, I could contact him and find out what other breakdown is.
Yeah.
If you wanted to break
I mean,
it down.
that's up to you guys, but we have everything to take it out.
Would you check into that?
I can get a hold of him and
Deduct that
Let's
amount?
save both places a little extra, you know.
Sure.
And we already have a pile of concrete down there from another project.
Well, yeah, Ole took it all, so we hauled it all out, but.
Yeah, be sure, happy to. I can get in contact with him and see, and then I can get hold of you to make, and let you know what the difference
Let's
would
say
be.
work with Kenny on that.
Or just work with Kenny.
Yep, he can-
I will update you then through Jade on what the difference would be cost wise. So, yeah, I get in touch with you today and let you know.
Thanks, Troy.
Thank you.
Yes, department. Chair letter.
Got a letter. I think I sent that to you. I didn't make copies of it. I did make copies. I did email that one to someone. Basically, they're doing some kind of survey or study. Lee looked at it, recommended I send it to Patrick to have him take a look at it.
Sure.
Just to see if we're interested in joining in on this survey or project or not. I know there was a deadline, so that's why I brought it here to see what you guys wanted to do with it.
You know, I did a little bit of looking into this, and I didn't really do a search as to why this letter would be generated, why it would be a part of it. If you want to be a part of the survey, you can. Don't have to. To be frank, it's up to you guys.
So what are they asking for? Yeah.
Well, I didn't bring my glasses today, so I can't read this. If you want to,
that's one
take a look. But I did.
That's the one that you talked to me about.
Yeah, and I did previously take a look at it, and I see no concern as to why you wouldn't want to do it. But we don't have to, and there are other counties that are doing it.
I've read through it many times trying to figure out what they're asking for there, and
That's a good question.
I don't know what they're asking.
Leave it to the federal government to lead the way.
And I don't even know to what extent Oliver County has an interest in what they're trying to do.
I don't think we lose anything by ignoring it.
Nope.
Your suggestion?
My suggestion is we ignore it.
It's not gonna hurt.
No.
Thanks.
It's a brilliant, brilliant on my part.
Let's table it for another year.
Yeah, time for election updates, Secretary of State.
Oh, this one should be pretty quick. The Secretary of State's office, sent out a memorandum of understanding. We have an agreement with them already for use of the election equipment that we have. It's owned by the state. We get to use it, no cost to us, but they want us to sign an agreement basically saying that, you know, this is the equipment that we have, we acknowledge that it's owned by the state, we have to maintain it, preserve it, protect it. That's basically all it is. So, if you're good with it, then I can send it back to them.
When you say maintain,
They come out, they send,
they maintain.
the company that makes the equipment sends out somebody yearly and does a maintenance on it to make sure that it's still working properly. And they will replace it at no cost to the county, if it's not working. We just have to make sure that it's protected, which is why it's locked up in that cage in the vault. We do, you know, checks on it, updates on it when the state tells us to.
Just for our information here.
No, we need to
We need
approve
it
that.
back.
I need to sign the back and then I send it back to them.
As long as the company is a company from the United States, not a
Yes.
foreign country.
No.
Okay, can I hear a motion?
Well, I'll approve the
Motion of understanding.
A second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion on this one? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Approved. Twenty 26 calendar.
I made you a really colorful calendar. Take it home, look at it, tell me if these dates do or do not work. With the commission meetings, I know we talked about moving them to Tuesdays versus Thursdays. Some of them I did put on Thursdays because of election or holidays and I think other payroll reasons, so I don't know what you guys would like to do because I know there's been a lot of talk about how we're moving the date from Thursdays to Tuesdays or back to Thursdays or, you know, whatever. You tell me, having them earlier in the month is, especially within the first like 5 days of the month, is very difficult because you will have no bills to approve. The apportionment sheet doesn't get done on the first of the month, that's impossible.
Why can't we go to the second Tuesday?
The second Tuesday? Well, some of them I did, pushing it too late in the month gets to be kind of iffy too as far as when checks have to go out. It's an election year next year, so some of these dates would have to get kind of looked at, but we could do the second Tuesday.
Well, because some of these do fall on that within 5 days. Or the first of the month.
Well, so June, I'm looking at June, it's on the 4th of June because we did a meeting the same week as election week last year and that was really hard. A lot of that was really difficult to do. So that's why June, I did push that to the first week of the month.
June would also, sorry to interrupt, but first 10 days in June would be perfect for my equalization meetings too, because I have to do it within 10 days. Yeah. So.
Well, let's just take these home.
Take
and
it
look them
home,
over
look
and
at
then
them, please bring me
get some
suggestions, cause
cleaning. We
this
still have time on that.
is just something that I put together a couple of months ago as I was looking at things, so definitely we can make changes as needed. But that's why I brought it to you now instead of in December saying this is the dates. Let's go with.
So July 9th, is there a reason why we're not doing the 7th?
Same in August.
I wanna say that was because of budget purposes, and I had notes that I wrote down and I must have left them sit on my desk. There's budget reasons for some of these, so like September and October. September, we can't do budget stuff until after the 7th. There's a holiday on the 7th, so having a meeting the day after a holiday. That's kind of why, but please bring me suggestions, and some of it is, I'd have to look at some of the notes that I have.
Yeah, September 8th, another one.
So the September 7th is Labor Day, it's a holiday. So, yeah, take it home, bring me suggestions, and we can.
I'll give my copy to Rob and he can suggest to me later.
I've got one.
We've completed everything on the.
Well, I'd have to
Except
two
the new
things.
business.
The snow removal and the miscellaneous updates would be the only thing that Dave added.
Okay, so Courtney Shute used to do snow removal. Right now, he's not sure if he'll be doing it anymore for the Golden Age. So I talked to Keith VTech, and if we're okay with it, he would do it. Golden Age would pay us, just like they're paying Courtney now and in the past Mike Shute. And he'd do it, and then as far as the back part, it is paved. He could blow that, but eventually we're gonna have a pile of snow, and that's where Keith would work with Kenny. And then come up with the skid steer once in a while and remove what's blowing. There's a propane tank back there, which it would be blowing over that, and that would be in the back part of Patrick's building over there. And so, I just thought we should have approval from the county to allow Keith to do it. He'd be doing it on his own time, but he'd be using our equipment.
It's a reasonable contribution.
No,
I think. I don't know, no reason why it wouldn't work.
Is there any obligation that I have to assist in paying with that since it's behind my building?
well, I guess that'd be, I don't know, I didn't go back and look how far the propane tank is from your property.
Okay.
But I guess Kenny and I could look at it and we can get back to you on
Yeah,
that.
let me
because-
know, because if it's something that, I'm benefiting from with that building or something that we can help with, I think I'd like to do that.
Well, I think part of it would be, if you do your homework tonight and don't, hope for no snow, we won't have a problem at all.
Unfortunately, I have no control over that, but, I will put in the work.
Sure.
My only question on him doing it, would it be better, since it's our equipment, to employ him to do it and the county just gets it and we cut him a wage? Because with our skid steer, if something happens, is that piece of machinery covered?
Well, I guess my idea would be you guys would come up with the skid steer.
No, I'm saying with
The lawn.
the lawn tractor.
Oh,
That's just a question I have, just so we got out something else.
yeah. I'm open to recommendations. I'm just trying to solve the problem for the elderly, so they can eat.
Kenny, are you suggesting that the county employ somebody on a limited basis?
Well, just so, he's in a capacity where he's running the county equipment, being employed by the county, so if something happens to that machine's gonna be covered, and we're not out a machine like we were previously with the skid steer.
Yeah, and that's That's a really good point. I mean, there's, when you bring on an employee, there are certain costs that the county incurs, including payroll taxes, including, assumption of liability for what the employees do, but by the same token, protecting that equipment is important. If we're gonna be asking him to use our equipment, I think that's probably not a terrible idea, but unfortunately along with it comes some costs.
Cause, I mean, what he does here, wouldn't that fall under the same thing where it just extends to that type of thing? So it's still under here.
And the Golden Age is subsidized or it
Through
receives
the
a lot
county.
of tax money from the
Right,
county.
right.
I believe in the tune of over $60,000.
So that's what, I mean, if he does his normal work like he does here and just add that to through here, I think he'd be covered, correct?
Yeah, I think that would work. The only question then becomes is how to, where does payment come
He's
from?
not employed, even when he does this
But
stuff
he-
here.
but he's a contractor.
contract. He bills us hours worked.
But then he's covered, though, is what I'm saying.
Well, depends on what the terms of the contract are. Is he going to assume liability for his operation of the equipment? And if so, then I think it would be wise to have some sort of, there has to be some language that would allow him to assume liability for that. And that, if he's acting as a contractor, we would expect, I think, from at least my office's perspective, it would be good to know that he has insurance as a contractor.
But I thought that was taken care of when we moved ahead with this lawnmower, not? Pretty sure it was.
I guess I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. So, I mean, if we just extended it, since he's working as a contractor and already entitled to use the equipment, then he should be covered if we add that property on there also.
Are you saying that this has been covered with the county's insurance provider?
I believe so. When we first looked at doing the, had him doing the grounds and upkeep with the grounds.
Well, he uses his own equipment to do the lawn.
Right.
He doesn't use this tractor to do the lawn. So he's using his own everything right now.
Right, but come snow removal
So I
then.
don't know that we have anything in writing with the lawn tractor right now, though.
Oh,
Because he hasn't used it yet. So
Yeah.
we would need to get something in writing to make sure that it's okay.
And then he's paid on a contract basis, like per every time he does it, and he's using our equipment in order to be able to do that. So he's clearly providing a service that we need. The question is, how do we limit our liability with respect to that equipment? And so I think that it would be wise to have him, him be responsible for any damages that are done to that, and he should probably have insurance that's sufficient to cover the value of that. The alternative would be if we do employ him on a very, very part-term time basis, but then that begs the question of whether you guys want another employee or not, and I don't know the answer to that. My biggest concern is that we don't have another situation like we did.
that's my,
So my advice would be that if he's going to use our equipment, that he be responsible for any damages caused to that equipment.
Okay, so he did look into insurance, because we talked about that how many months ago?
Yeah.
The cost of the insurance, he wouldn't stay, do the job first.
right, that's what I remember.
That's where the cost is gonna, well, what he'd have to charge us would be just about $50 an hour to cover insurance. And so, that's what I'm trying to weigh.
So we'd almost be better off putting one as an employee there.
We
Yeah.
could put him on as a temp, technically.
Seasonal temp.
Yeah, I mean, the cost that's associated with this is just like any other business. When you have an employee, payroll, tax contributions, security, social security, FICA. That would seem to me to be, if that's your option, it seems to me to be important that we have this
Take care of
person.
ourselves.
Yes. Yeah, Kenny, I hear what you're saying.
I just, yeah, I mean, we lost out a lot of money on previous. I don't want to see it happen again.
Can we table this?
Well, one thing about it, if it snows tomorrow, well,
Dave says he's
I'm not
bored.
gonna be,
I
otherwise
think
we're
if
gonna
it
have to
would
call
come down
Minnesota
to,
Power and get them up here to help.
I think if it would come down to it being that pressing, I would guess you could send one of the guys up to at least clean up for now.
Well, the thing is, it'd be sidewalk.
Right.
We don't have a snowboard for sidewalk.
Tractor's still here.
Or that.
It would be a lot simpler if you were an employee, but again, you know, there's a cost to it. In any event, you know, what I would ask is that, you know, before you make a decision, let's make sure that we have that language together if he's going to be a contractor. If he's going to be an employee, then make things simple. Sorry.
I don't know what to say there on this. But we don't want to get into problems like we did.
Well, and, yeah, and that was my only, didn't mean to open a can of worms, but.
Do we know what the cost would be for his labor?
Well, it'd be every time it snows. In the past, several years ago, we had, I forget what the business name was, but they were coming up with a skid steer. And if you recall, in front of the old Coolidge Bar and Grill, there was a 6-foot pile of snow. And the county had to eventually come in and remove it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't need that again, where Keith would work with the city on the front. So if he blew it out into the street, excuse me, she worked with Keith Ruther to get it removed right away. And then in the back, that's where we come up with the loader or the skid steer and remove the pile when we need to.
Yep.
And I guess I should, because I made a comment about the county paying the Golden Age, not Golden Age, the Morton Oliver Aging Council, $60,000. That's required by law, what we have to pay it. And that's been for,
I think it's about 65,000, something like that per year.
and we're required to pay that.
So they have the money to cover these expenses.
Yep. And they will pay the county. So, but with nobody to do it, I just thought being he's right here doing our sidewalk, he skipped across the street.
And we did, you know, a couple of years ago when it was bad, when we had the skidder up here, we did clean it off for him also. So, I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, we're doing it anyway.
So is that something you could work with Keith as far as, I don't know how we're gonna do it as far as billing or what they're paying now, they have no problem.
Right. So, I mean, and, you know, another thing too, if he was a temp up here, he would have access to the skidder too. I mean, if it would get bad. So, I mean, his options would be a little bit easier for him also, so it's just an option.
Long as someone's how to run it.
Well, he's a farm kid.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
we'll
with
figure it out. Get that company.
training, I mean, or, you
Show 'em
know,
how to do it.
yep. So that is an option too. It kind of opens it up a little bit more for him too.
So Patrick, on your end, that'd be good, the way to do it, just hire him temporary?
It would certainly be the easiest, and it would absolutely bring him in under our insurance.
Okay, I guess I'd make that motion to, Alice approves it too, so I'll make that motion to allow Kenny to hire him part-time, and Golden Age is wanting me to come over and report on what we're gonna do, so go that route.
The only question I have is Keith willing to
Still
be
Keith's on
employed?
board?
Because this could, I mean, with
We should run it by
taxes
him
and
before.
all of that stuff, this could affect
His
his
financially.
personal financially if he becomes an employee of the county, not just how he's doing it currently. That would be the only question, rather than saying, oh, let's hire him.
You want me, if you give me 5 minutes, I'll run out and try and call him.
Yeah, cause I don't think he's
Well, yeah.
home right now, but yeah, you can call us.
I'll try and see.
as I'm sitting here thinking about that could affect some things too with him personally.
How much
If we
money he
have-
can make.
If we make him an employee.
Maybe the mine should hire him back and then have him do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Can we talk about your meeting while we're waiting?
Well, I guess, yeah, it's kind of jumping off. So I got a call from a guy out of Baltimore, Maryland. And Sunday afternoon, Rick and I met him at the bar, no place to eat right now, but he wants to come in. He's doing a story. He met with us Sunday. He went up to Rugby Monday, and he might go to Robinson with the Center of North America deal. And eventually, he's already started writing a documentary. He'd like to do a movie. And he's trying to make it like what's the word? You know, like two towns that have a, you know, what's the word for your teams? Rivalry. He wants to make it into a rivalry of us between Rugby and us. And it was a 2-hour meeting. Like he said, it's not all going to be facts, but a lot of movies aren't. But I think it's kind of neat the way he wants to go about it. We gave him a lot of info. He had watched the, I believe in 19, Rick and I did a story on CBS, which was about that. We met them guys up on the hill at the spot for an hour and a half at 14 degrees above with a 20-mile-an-hour wind. We were most alive. The guy from Florida only had a sweatshirt. He drove all the way up from Florida and wanted a video of buffalo herd, so we lined that up with Howard Google. And yeah, it was a CBS story. And he wants to do a movie on it now, so something to look forward to.
That's great. That's exciting. It's good PR. Well, PR. I mean, the Hazel Minor one is going over great. That's, not like stories are good stories. And I don't know about the rivalry.
But I think, yeah, I don't know.
I'm kind of looking forward to it.
I think it's just that, you know, because they're the geographical, we're the scientifical. So when you look at all actuality, ours is more accurate than on a piece of cardboard balanced on a pencil back in 1932. Yep. But you got to give them credit, you know, for having a cutout of North America, and they end up as close as we are, Rugby Center. It's pretty cool that they. And the actual site is out by Volta, which doesn't exist, but it's in a slough 22 miles away from Volta, or from Rugby. But they took it and ran with it. And so when I worked with the Rugby Chamber of Commerce, we told them we weren't going to do anything like theirs. So that's how we came up with the big pretty rock that B&I dug out for us and set out there. It's pretty rock.
He's all for it.
And I'll second the motion.
I would include in the motion no benefits then, because it's so part-time.
And the amendment accepted.
Temp status,
No benefits.
no benefits. Temps usually don't, so we should keep that.
I'm not sure how. Okay, who made the motion?
I made the
You
motion
made the
to
motion, okay.
hire Keith Vitek with the county part-time to do snow removal.
Oh, I know we're on the other side. Okay, that's done. Okay, now I'm squared away. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And that was for information purposes only. That's this meet.
That's your miscellaneous?
Yep.
Okay, budget. I got few statements to make.
So I would like to make a request as your auditor, chief financial, whatever, that we go through this entire thing line by line.
That would be very much appreciated.
It's needed when we're looking at decreasing where we can, so that way we can get a more realistic picture of where we're at.
And you've got 2 rookies in the room.
That also.
Three.
Okay. We went through the preliminary budget. Went through it all last week. Everybody had a chance for input, wanted input. And the results of that meeting, the budget showed that we're dealing with a large deficit. First, I want to know, I've heard 3 different figures now as to what this large deficit is. So I'd like to know that.
Okay, I mean, I can do some math here. This sheet here is your overall recap. I did give you an updated one. So as it currently stands, and I think that, your general fund deficit is
What sheet is that? It's in today's packet.
Yep.
Black page.
it's this longer one.
There should be one sheet sticking out somewhere.
Yep. It's on that paper clip one right here, right there.
Oh,
Yep.
got it.
So your general fund deficit is $471,544.81 as it currently stands. That's what you're estimated, and if everything requested was approved. So for the county roads, there are 4 funds that are used for county roads, and the deficit would be $2,575,066.81.
Where is this line?
It's the yellow highlighted is all the county road funds. That is if everything requested for that amount is approved. That is what the current deficit for that would be. I do have a couple of comments on those as we go through line by line though, so.
So
Capital projects. Is $55,402.32 for a deficit. E911 is a $20,000 deficit. The emergency fund, there is no current deficit because at this time I don't anticipate an emergency, but that's what that is for. Extension or county agent is an $82,938.21 deficit. And weed control is a $154,383.10 deficit.
Can you say that again? 154?
$154,383.10 based on what we are projecting to bring in and what they are requesting. That's within this.
and all of those are separate budgets from the general fund.
Correct. General fund is the first one, the $471,544.81. Yes, these other ones are also, they're their own separate funds, they bring in their own levy dollars. But they're all county funds. And down on the bottom there, there's these special revenue accounts. I have to project what the state tells me as far as what we could get in for revenue. but those are allocated for specific purposes. And then the bottom are balance of funds accounts. While yes, we bring that money in, that all goes right back out. It does not stay at the county level at all.
We have, in our budget, we have about 50 different budget areas. And there are 30, real close to 30 of them, that we can reduce payments. And not even looking at salary. We can reduce payments if we reduce on these other 30 by 10%. I mean, so look at their overall department budget, excluding wages, excluding benefits, and just look at what their wish list is for the budget. If we just went through and decreased by 10%, we would overcome that deficit. That's without considering wages. Wages are a different area. What's being asked for is puts us in a crucial situation.
Question for you.
And our job is to control the budget as commissioners.
Are you saying a 10% across the board?
Yeah, and the supervisor or the department chair, whatever it may be, can make his decision as to where he needs to cut to meet that 10% decrease.
As opposed to doing a line by line.
Yep, and if you do it line by line, it's much more efficient, I think, to let the department control their budget. They have stuff on their budget that's at the wish list that they really can get by without.
While I don't disagree, I still feel that we need to go through this line by line because there are areas that need to be looked at by you as commissioners. I don't feel that doing
I have a list right here.
Going through.
Well, if I could read something quick, recently I was at a meeting and very well-respected state's attorney in the state shared this with me after the meeting, and he says taxpayers want two main things. They want good streets and good roads. That's one. The other thing they want is good law enforcement. That includes ambulance and fire. And as he was done talking about it, I said, well, I'm going to add one thing, and I think that's accountability, kind of like what Lee is saying. That's our job right now, is to be accountable to the taxpayers. And so I wanted to bring that up because if we don't, with the 3% cap, if we don't figure out how to cut, there's going to be a lot of counties by the next legislation are going to be in deep trouble. And we could be one of them if we don't make them cuts. And I mean, some people aren't going to like it. I've had several comments lately about cut this, no raise. Health insurance is a big topic right now with the increase in health insurance. And so yeah, I just wanted to share that comment from him because it makes a lot of sense that this is what the taxpayers' our main concerns are.
It's not a crisis right now, but it could become one if we allow it to happen. And I think could become, I'm not sure that will become one unless we. But I'm suggesting a few things right off the top here. No wage increase for commissioners, board members, employees hired in 2025, or temporary employees. eliminate all salary bump up pay. Because that bump up pay is something that's gonna get us, that's gonna get us around. It isn't just a one-time deal, it's an annual increase. There's ways, I think that I laid it out for if we, 10%, I thought we had about $1.5 million deficit, but according to my figures, we do, but it's $500,000, you're saying. So 10%, and I haven't broken down how much it would cost going through each of the budget items, excluding salary, of course, and benefits. And like 20 of these, there's really virtually no decrease, and 30 there is some decrease. And something else. Well, I think the budget as presented was 18% higher than last year's approved budget, which is quite a bit. So I would recommend each way of doing it would be to take these 30 areas and decrease the budget and then let them decide where they're going to cut. Past years, we've asked them voluntarily to cut 10%, and they've been good. They've been good. This year we're going to require it.
Do you have a comment on that? We have to approve the budget and have to publish the approved dollar amount. That is a requirement. And so to turn it back to the departments to cut 10%, I need a deadline or a process to put those budgeted items into our system and send them for approval. You know, we have not approval, but we have to publish the approved budget, which is why I was hoping we could do this and get it taken care of, so that we're doing it the right way.
You're saying we go through each one and then figure out where we're going to cut?
Yes.
Be informational for me.
I have to put all, and Linda and I put all these numbers into our system, but we also have to publish the approved dollar amount and to send it back to each department to say cut by 10% where you think you should or can or you know, whatever. To get that back, we're past the deadline of approving the budget then. What you guys approved today is what needs to be approved.
So if the department says they...
I mean, if you say 10% on line items across the board, we decrease by, then I have to just take each of these requested and cut it by 10%. We can do that, but
that doesn't really eliminate the possibility of, I guess, I don't want anyone to think I'm being crass by saying this, of potential waste, right? If the concern is we have to save money, and I don't know, has there ever been a review of it line by line?
no, not since I've been here.
Or somebody padding the
We've
budget
gone through a few
unnecessarily.
things that would decrease, but we haven't
And
done.
maybe not even intentional.
No.
You know, they just think like this is what
This is what we've always done.
right. And so, yeah.
I mean, if we're facing these 3% caps and the inability to increase taxes to cover budgets, which nobody wants to see increased taxes, I don't want to see us having to do that. But if we have a large project that we would need to do that for, we need to find places where we can cut within the current budget we have so that we can make up for that. And going through this line by line to figure that out, I believe would be beneficial, but then it also helps us to do our job the right way, and for the requirement of the state to have an approved budget that the people can see what we're approving.
I agree with that. Would you want to read off the 30 that you think?
Can I make a comment before you do? As a department head, I actually looked through my budget and cut stuff, and I gave it to Jaden to
Yes, which
tell
is why
you
I was
guys.
hoping
So
we could
that's
go
why
through this, because there are
we could go
places
line
that
by
have
line.
been decreased
A few are. I
voluntarily.
did it.
Sid.
She did it too.
I sat with Jane and
So some of
And I
us
did
have
find a
already
few
done that.
places for yours that we didn't catch.
Yeah, and so I mean, there's there. Plus, I think we were able to eliminate 160,000 earlier. So
This is just my recommendation.
But not every department has.
No,
But some of these departments are more on the bare bones side where it's wages and then travel expenses and that's it. There's nothing extra for them to really cut because that's all that's in there. It's their salaries and it's a travel expense. Other departments have a long list of items. Or, you know, the general fund itself has several different funds within the general fund that we have to go through and look at. But we don't necessarily need to put those expenses in there, or we can decrease them by X amount. That's why I was hoping that we could do this line by line. It doesn't have to be a serious debate on every line item, but to go through it and say, yeah, that looks good, or no, this doesn't look good.
To give you an idea how it varies, how much it's covering board cars, that's all salary. Audit, the treasurer, $145, have to cut. Public defender, $80 is what they'd have to cut.
Lee, for instance, I cut
Yours is the other one I couldn't
12,000.
figure out.
Huh? No, I'm just saying, like, I cut over 10%.
Yeah.
So that's why I would like you guys
Yeah,
to go.
I wasn't aware that this had been done until right now.
I mean,
Okay, if you guys want to do that, that sounds like you want to go through it.
Well, I'd be curious to go back to that. Just one question I have, you know, we have 2 county issued cell phones. That would be $480 a piece. Is it something we can justify? Do we really need them? You know, it's $960. It's not a lot, but it's a start. I'm just looking at things like that we gotta think about.
I've been called on that one myself.
Well, and I don't, we'd have to check with Verizon as far as if there's a contract. I think it's a 2-year contract plan. If I need to give up my county cell phone, that's fine. But then I'm going to sit here and say, do not contact me with county business on my personal cell phone. That's what my office is for.
Do you get a lot of calls on your issued one?
I don't get calls. I get text messages. I do get my emails. I will refuse to put my emails on my personal phone
Right.
because this becomes an open record issue also.
Yep.
I don't need my personal cell phone confiscated for open records in my work email, work text messages, that kind of thing.
That's what I needed to know. Do you have a comment on your end?
No, basically what she just said is, yeah, you're open to public records.
Right, but does Carrie's phone get a lot of use? Do you know? Have you?
Yeah, I mean, she gets called pretty regular on her work phone, yes.
Okay, because to most people, I know they have.
And even when she's not, when she's not working and that, she'll get called on it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just things. I got a lot more, but.
I think yours would be $225.
Way more than that.
I cut 12,000. So I can take 285.
I mean,
if you want to give me 285, then that's fine. But
I think for the sake of time, if we can just start going through these, rather than
We'd be
shooting off
halfway
to
done
different
already.
departments,
Yeah.
let's just start going through it and we'll.
And that is the real benefit of a line by line review, honestly. And
It's not, I mean, I have way more line
like
items
to
than
do it,
anybody else does.
it's your responsibility as a chairman.
I have a lot, I mean, I would talk to Jake now to see what we'd spend from year to year, but I don't have a problem cutting something.
Okay. Governing board, if we're ready.
No wage increase.
I agree.
So mileage and meals remain as they are. Mileage has actually trended higher, just as for your information. You guys are claiming mileage more than has been claimed in the past, so. We can leave it as is if you want. Just for an example, last year, if you see that, it was $3,200, so. Okay, public defender typically doesn't change, we do have to kind of have that in there as a,
Where that comes in, just so you guys understand, is like mental health commitment cases. There may be other reasons why that would have to go. We will have at least one expense with the public defender because we recently had a case that is statutorily obligated to provide. I don't know if you cut that, we're gonna end up having to pay it anyways because we're obligated to provide that as a county. And typically you see that through mental health commitment cases. We don't have a lot of them, but when they do happen, you know, it goes to constitutional rights under the North Dakota Constitution and the United States Constitution. That being said, maybe you don't need to budget it, but understand that if there's an expense, it's gonna come at some point.
I think we need to leave it in the budget.
I concur.
even if we don't use it, we have it.
At least it's there.
Yep. Auditor,
Now we go through these, we're not discussing increases.
if we just do line items right now and you guys decide wages at the very end, that's fine, I don't have an issue with that. Maybe it's easier to just go through line items and then do wages at the very end. So the annual sick leave, if Linda were to quit tomorrow, this is roughly what we have to pay for all of her leave that she has accrued.
Okay.
Travel expense, mileage, meals, I try not, I mean, there's conferences that I have to attend to get training, Linda has conferences she goes to. I'd prefer to leave it there, if you want me to cut it by 10%, we can.
Is the sick leave, I know vacation.
There's so little involved in there, so I don't think we need to cut that.
I was just gonna say, I know with vacation, you know, you're obligated to pay unused vacation time.
Sick leave is 10% if you've been here for 10 years or more, so that is not a guarantee for everybody. If you don't have 10 years of employment and you have X amount of hours of sick leave, you just lose that. Use it or lose it.
Is that policy, is that county policy or is that?
County policy. Yeah. But annual leave, I mean, even if she didn't have sick leave, her annual leave is fine enough to, need to account for that. We had unexpected expenses of that earlier this year.
Is there anything that can be done about that?
10%.
For employees that have racked up a lot of unused vacation time, is there?
There's a cap at 240.
Yeah, it's a cap.
You can't carry over more than 240 hours a year. So if you have 250 hours and you don't use it by the end of this year, you lose that 10 hours.
Okay.
So.
Is that policy or county policy?
Yep.
Okay.
Which the state also carries.
240
Right.
standard.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Treasurer. Kind of the same instance with treasurer where the meals and mileage and everything, I would say.
Yeah, that's the one I have on my budget, I guess, is meal and mileage for conferences that I go to. But I mean, that's probably over too, I could probably cut that. A little bit, what did I use off?
You didn't use any last year because you were on vacation. This year I don't have the breakdown right in front of me, but probably similar to what I had because we go to a lot of the same conferences, so. You left me all alone this year. I'm ready to move on to the next one, if you are, if you're good with those.
I'm on the stage. What is miscellaneous?
Okay, let me take a look at this and see what I. So, first of all, the travel expense for mileage, I don't really even know why we would need that. From my perspective, I really don't. You know,
Typically, if you or Lauren would travel to a conference or something, you could claim mileage from your
okay.
there and back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there are any conferences that we have that are necessary for me to be a part of, or for Lauren. So I'll leave it up to you whether you want to do that. Miscellaneous, it's always been something that's been budgeted. I have no clue what that means. I'm fine with you striking it.
Most of the other departments have taken miscellaneous out because we don't typically use it.
Well, I'd say if he has no use for it,
Scratch it.
I don't have any use for it that I can think of.
appreciate that, but
Travel and.
You know, I should say the only thing I could think of as to why that might have been there is there are certain like national groups that state's attorneys often join, like the National Association of District Attorneys.
We have a dues fund for that.
Right, and so maybe that's where that is, but again, like I don't expect the county to pay for that. I really don't.
Are we striking both travel and miscellaneous, or just miscellaneous?
well, is it hurting to be in there? If we don't use it, we don't use it.
No.
Yeah, it's just there'd have to be a pretty good reason for me to come to the county and ask for you to pay for my travel for something. And I don't see that unless you tell me that there's a conference that I need to go to.
So are you suggesting we just get rid of it or leave it?
If you get rid of it and you tell me I need to go somewhere, then you'll have to pay for it. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm fine with you removing it because I just don't see.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Other than that, we don't have any other expenses and we don't generate income, so.
So assessors, this is the one that Patty was talking about that she did decrease. So under contract services license, she dropped that from 60,000 to 50,000. And then mileage, we left at 1,500 because that's what she uses to go drive out and do assessing. But then computer expenses, she dropped down to 0. And then miscellaneous remained at 400. And
I mean, if you guys want to strike the 400, that's fine. I don't think I've ever used it.
Patty, the 50,000, that's that.
I gave myself, basically I gave myself 10,000 for cushion with the new software. Yeah, so in case there was any unexpected expenses. So let's just cross our fingers and hope there's nothing.
Then you said mileage,
Mileage, I dropped it to 1,500 from 2,500 because I think 2,500 is a little steep. So I just took 1,000 off. And then computer expenses, you said they had a budget
we
for that,
have a
right?
general fund budget for computer expenses for everybody.
Yeah, so I don't need that as a line item.
okay, so we can eliminate that.
Yep. And then miscellaneous, I mean, I know when I've talked to Linda before about the miscellaneous line, she just said just in case there's something that we don't know where to put it.
That's basically what it's for. We don't have a dedicated line item, we stick it in the miscellaneous. But we have so many dedicated line items that it
Yeah, I mean,
gets
it's
used.
Yeah.
Okay. Recorder. Contract services and license, I think that's for your, the DocuPro.
Then your miscellaneous, you don't use it either? No.
So we could strike that one.
Not the time I've been to.
Well, last year there was 0, didn't get used at all last year, so.
Imagine if I look back at these years today.
Or a very small amount.
You go to meetings too, different types of seminars.
Yeah, we have a quarterly recorders meeting, so.
Okay.
4 times a year. First meeting.
Superintendent of schools is pretty straightforward. It's mostly just the salary. If you would go to a conference, and then we do have miscellaneous in there. Get it in there. The other employees line is Laura's portion that she gets paid as superintendent of schools, so that's technically a salary there. And then we have $70 for mileage in the event that you need to go to something. Tax equalization, same thing kind of with the annual leave, sick leave payout. If Patty would quit tomorrow, we'd have to pay. Mileage, meals.
I already decreased.
Yep, from last year. The only thing would be the miscellaneous line.
Yeah, you can take that out.
Clerk of court, contract services and licenses. When I talked to Rebecca about that, we could probably actually decrease that amount. I don't know that there's a need for 3,500. And then I can double check. Obviously, we didn't have this last year to kind of look at, so.
What is she thinking for a number?
Honestly, I think a lot of that, we probably could go a half. We could do 50% for now.
Just 2,000, raise the numbers.
2,000.
That's contract services? You said?
Yes, yep. That'd be like any of the software systems that she uses specifically for clerk report. Annual leave, sick leave payout, I think we could decrease that from 2,000 down to probably 750 for now.
Couldn't think there's anything in it.
Yeah, mine doesn't show any.
Oh, I think I wrote something on, okay, yeah, there's nothing in there. I think I put 2,000 in there and I maybe didn't transfer it to your copy. But 750, if that's acceptable.
Under annual leave, sick leave,
Yeah.
750.
Travel expense mileage, $600 and $900. I don't know what kind of travel. Like conferences would be the main thing, or trainings of some kind.
Yeah, well, that's
I think there's an annual, every elected official department head typically has an annual meeting at the very least.
In the past, have you went much?
I would go to the annual clerks meeting in May, but the clerks don't have as many meetings, so no,
Is that something we could cut each one in half?
I'm thinking it's cut something.
You agree with that?
and those meetings are usually in Bismarck, so,
Mileage is minimal.
yeah.
And hotel is probably not even likely unless it's someplace else. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So we could do cap it. Okay.
You good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Soils, Patty did also make some cuts on that one. This is in the event they ever have a meeting, but contract services and license, she said we could just cut that down to 0. But then the rest would be,
Miscellaneous you could take out.
miscellaneous, okay. The board members, if they have to come in for a meeting to reclassify it. Janitor, annual leave, sick leave payout, should probably leave that one where it's at. Travel expense, she does not travel, so we could actually probably take that one out of there.
Annual leave, sick leave, I have 0 on there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put in 2,000. Sorry.
I must have a new copy.
that part-time position has sick leave and vacation leave?
All part-time positions, unless you're a temp, you accrue annual and sick leave at a prorated amount depending on how many hours you work. 20 hours or more is treated like a regular employee.
And you got 2,000 on that?
Yes, yep. Travel expense mileage doesn't get used, so we could probably technically cut that.
Got a question on that.
Yes, sir.
So the temps don't accrue it, but part-time does?
Correct, yep.
Okay, cause I got, my temps have been there for ever.
I don't make the rules.
Right.
Courthouse equipment.
So your temps aren't getting,
But they don't get anything.
That, I don't know if that's a labor rule or what, that'd be more of an Alice question, but that's what I know.
Mm-hmm.
well, the call I got on it was, the city, changed theirs from 20 hours to 30 hours. And when I called Rochelle, that was legal, but I never checked any further.
When I talked to Linda yesterday, she said she believes ND PERS has to be 20 hours.
Yes.
20 with PERS.
It's a PERS rule for 20 hours or more is considered a part-time employee eligible for benefits, meaning health insurance and retirement and all those things. If you're less than 20 hours, you don't.
Well, the city's with PERS, so.
I believe so.
They are. So, trying to make sense out of that because.
That would probably be a PERS question then, because I just looked like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and it was 20 hours or more, you were considered a
benefited.
A benefited employee, meaning you would receive the health insurance if your company, county offered health insurance and all the other benefits. If you're less than that, you would have to, as the employee, you could get health insurance, but you would have to pay.
Okay, so
They would get full-time benefits, same as for a full medical for us. Oh, that.
Well, when I talked to Daryl, and that's why maybe you could recollect, Daryl thought it used to be 30 hours. And then when Terry Schulte came on board as assessor, you dropped it to 27. And then he's not sure, Katie and I talked about it too, when it got dropped to 20 and why. But how is the city getting by through PERS? Yeah.
Do they have PERS health insurance or do they have North Dakota Fit?
Well, I believe she said everything was PERS, but I just
think it was in the door a minute ago.
Well, that'd probably be more of a question for Rochelle, but.
That's what the PERS rules say as of like a week and a half ago. I just looked it up.
But how did they get by going to 30?
Well,
That's my question, yes.
I have no idea. We'll have to maybe look at that.
I can call them PERS.
Because it's 20 hours or more, you get benefits.
Right.
If you're a board member or a commissioner or anything, your county can opt to allow you to get the health insurance. Not like a weed board member or anything like that, but a commissioner, which is why we have that option right now.
Do you know anything about that, Troy, as far as your?
I guess I missed the conversation.
Well, like, the city supposedly raised their deal to get benefits, like health insurance stuff. They raised it to 30 hours. And,
As far as employment hours in order to receive?
to receive it, you had to have at least 30 hours to receive.
And I think it also have to be listed as full-time. You know,
Right.
like our seasonal, our.
But she's saying you have to allow it for 20, but as a county, can we raise it to 30, I guess is my question.
Are you guys with
I
PERS
did
or
contact,
something else?
We have PERS, but they have two options on it. It's 20 hours for life insurance.
and I did call, Aaron Burster, the NDACO, so he never got back to me on that.
And I'm not sure what the other side of our insurance benefit is, but,
Never mind.
yes, there is an hourly
130
amount of hours that has to be reached in order to reach full-time, but without my handbook here, I couldn't tell you what the hours are. I'd have to go grab the official handbook.
I think Michelle's out today, right? believe that's what she told me.
No, she's in the office. I could probably run up there quick and find out what our hours requirement are, or call up.
If you do that, then
Yeah, give me 5 minutes.
So, while we're waiting for that, continue. So mileage for janitor, we could probably drop down to 0. Supplies, that would be like any type of cleaning supplies she may need. You know, that includes the toilet paper, the paper towels, all that stuff. I think we got by pretty low previously, so we could probably drop that a little bit, but I would say cost has also gone up just like everything else, so.
Over 3,000, don't you think?
3 or 4.
Maybe 4, maybe 4, okay.
Courthouse.
Have we come close to spending that much?
Last year it looks like it was 2,100. I'll have to double check what we have for this year as far as how much exactly we've spent, but it kind of depends too on. I know when we get the supplies, it comes in like a bigger box, so it lasts us a while. Obviously, it's cheaper. Yeah. So, courthouse equipment would be like a vacuum cleaner or like floor wax machine, anything like that. I know she just got a new vacuum cleaner last year, so we should be okay unless it breaks. I don't see why not.
I think so. We're getting easy. Anybody else want to work on the budget?
Elections. Elections next year, that's gonna be a tough one. County board member pay is $15 an hour, that was approved. It was previously 10. We needed to compensate them. Mileage, they get paid based on where they're from in the county to come here. Travel expenses, meals, motels, etc. The meals part, we do provide them with lunch and supper on election day. So that's why that line item is in there. I did decrease telephone and fax to nothing because we don't actually have that for elections. Printing, this budget's really hard. I would like to say I could cut, but all of these dollar amounts, I don't get a say in. I don't get to choose which vendors we use for printing and publishing and that kind of stuff. So office supplies is maybe the only one we could drop a little bit, but probably not. Equipment maintenance agreement we could maybe drop down because that is covered by the state, but unless there's something else that would come up that we'd have to use that for.
Or we could always pull it on somewhere else.
Well, it's in the general fund, so bottom line general fund, as long as we're not going over, but we don't like to go over line items or even fund line items just because it doesn't look very good. But elections are really hard to be like, yeah, let's cut 10% on all of these because I don't get a choice in who we go to for printing.
But as far as this equipment maintenance agreement,
Yeah, we didn't spend any in 24. I mean, realistically, that one we could probably
cut to
just
zero.
take out altogether.
cut it to 0.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
And what is miscellaneous?
Something that we don't have accounted for in all these other line items. We could decrease that to 300. Supplies is kind of, I mean, if we need to get pens or, folders or anything like that, it's kind of one of those hit or miss if we do or do not spend it.
Okay, the county board member, that's for each one that help the
That
election
is
people.
for every election worker that comes
Okay.
in, so they have a training day and election day and set up, but then we also now
That's good
have,
enough.
we also now have an audit board requirement. So that group is gonna have to come back in another day, so. I'm hoping that line item is enough. Okay, buildings and grounds, travel expense, that's that's if somebody here needs to go run to town for some supplies or whatever. Obviously we don't try to do that very often because we use like ordering online or whatever the case may be, but just in case. Security, I put in 10,000 because there are potential security camera upgrades that are needed, but with that being said, we could decrease that and hope that some of that is covered by that court facilities grant.
Crossing fingers.
We could drop it back down to 5,000 for now. Lawn care, I think we had talked about increasing that when we initially did the review because Keith has been coming out more often to help take care of the lawn. But that's kind of, you guys would know maybe a little bit better as far as what we need to do there.
We fixed the sprinkler, so it might actually help.
Yes. Chris reports on fix. Repairs last year.
So lawn care, you're suggesting leave?
Maybe we just leave that and hope. And then, I guess what are your thoughts? You guys get to decide. I don't.
Yeah, it's more of a cut. It helps.
Yep, 6,000.
Yep.
Okay. So from this year to next year, I did decrease by 35,000 for repairs. Part of that is because capital projects can also be used for repair and maintenance of the building. If we want to even drop that down a little bit more, I think that'd be okay.
So this water problem that would come out of which account?
Probably capital projects.
Capital projects.
Most likely, or this one. There's dollars in there. It's available, and that's what can be used for. Between the jail bill and maintenance of the facilities, that's what it can be used for. If you want to drop it down to 20, tentatively.
With that problem with the street out here?
On the sidewalk?
Drainage, would that come out of
That would
repairs?
probably, but that would be this year's budgeted amount, not necessarily next year's. So,
We don't want to cut it too thin.
No. Leave it at 30
Leave it
or?
at 30 because
Okay.
you've already cut it substantially.
Okay. Supplies, like I said, that's kind of anything that more so that Keith would maybe need as far as supplies out here, but build anything in the building, I guess, technically too.
Salt.
Yeah.
Your support.
De-icer, yeah. Yeah, there is a.
Yeah, we got a lot in there.
Can you cut that a little bit?
Sure.
2? I don't know what.
Last year
need
we
for a
spent
lot.
like about 1,000.
I see that.
Oh, then that's good.
we could
That's good
drop it
too.
to 2.
We're gonna have one more, Patrick.
You think so?
No.
And we've got another year's supply of salt and back.
There you go.
Machinery, equipment, and vehicles. We've never had that line item until we got the tractor. I left 5,000 in there just as an in case. I mean, if he needs an attachment or something like that.
Me personally, why couldn't we put that tractor underneath ours?
Under the county shop's purview.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't see why not. Yeah. This was more just for a budgeting thing because we bought it specifically to
Right,
clean
but
the
I mean,
snow.
like the last tractor was here, we serviced it out, we did everything down there for it, so.
Sure.
Then we should. Zero it out.
Okay.
If Keith is gonna be your man.
Right.
Sure.
Put it all together.
Utilities, that all has remained relatively the same across the board. Obviously, if we have a crappy winter, that amount's gonna go up a little bit on the first 2 line items. But water and garbage is pretty steady. So I would personally recommend staying exactly where we're at with that one. printer, copier, telephone, fax. I have a note that I made, telephone can stay as is. Last year it was higher because we replaced all the phones in the building, so there was like a one-time amount to increase by. Office supplies, that's everybody's office supplies in the building. We just made like a central office supply area, so if anybody needs pens, paper, notepads, whatever. Repairs I had dropped to 500. And part of that is because all of our, I would say most of our printers and copiers are under the equipment maintenance agreement, and so repairs are included with that. 640 also dropped to 500, the office equipment, because again, any office equipment is technically our printers and copiers, and that's all under the lease agreement. 641 we had to bump up from last year because we added more printers, but that comes with the free ink, the maintenance, the that kind of stuff. We don't get billed for all that extra for it.
This next one's a tough one.
Publishing, yeah. The printing, last year it shows that it was 7,800 because we had those line items combined, and we talked about splitting them for reporting purposes to see what we're actually spending on publishing going into next year. So that being said, publishing expenses they're not decreasing. They're just not. I'm hoping 4,000 is enough to cover that. And then printing would be, getting envelopes printed for mailers and that, anything like that purpose. So, if you want to drop it to 3,000 for publishing, we can and see where we get. But there's so much of that stuff that we are required to put in the paper that we just don't have a choice.
We've already squeezed it some.
Yeah.
Say we better leave it.
So in this one, the first two lines are essentially the same thing. And after I talked to Linda about it, we would think that removing the second line, the $7,000 altogether, just striking that completely, putting it at 0 and getting rid of it would be enough. The 30,000 would be for our IT charges, software, anything like that. Computer expenses, I do have in the notes that the recorder's vault will need a new computer and server. And then the tax director is probably going to need a new computer next year, according to our IT guy, and state's attorney's paralegal potentially will also need a new computer next year. That's why that's $5,000 higher than this year, with the hopes that it's not. We don't need to use all of it. But without these computers, we don't get to do our jobs.
Dave, I have your information, yeah. So Sioux City, 32 hours for 20 weeks to be full retirement package, 20 hours a week for 20 weeks to be eligible for our benefits. That's how ours is set up. So, and then there's the percentages in there on your benefits, on your retirement package. But I didn't dig that deep in on how much is matched. But that's our qualification to be full retirement package, or just to be hired and have a benefit package.
Okay.
So.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I think Alice is
Thanks,
probably
yeah.
going to double check with
Mhm.
also.
Yeah, that's listed through in PERS. Where's that
How long have
listed?
you been listed with PERS? Are you in a grandfather plan or a regular plan?
I don't know how many years they've been with PERS. City's been nothing for us.
I'd say grandfathered because Wayne had PERS way back too, so.
I just think we need to do some more studying into this because Oliver County doesn't have enough employees. So if we lose 2 people on our health insurance, they could actually take it away from us. And then we would have to research for another health insurance.
Which will cost us.
which will cost us like double.
Which we did last
So,
year. We got some
I would say let's just leave this on the table for now, and this is something we can work on in the next year. I can go to North Dakota Fit, see what they could offer us to us. But it kind of, when I got the contract from Linda, it's kind of binding, and it was signed in '99, so I hate to lose anybody's health insurance for the county. Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks, Troy.
So postage, contract services and licensing, that's for the use of the postage meter in the office. It's over in the treasurer's office and everybody uses that. We have to pay to be able to use that. Postage, I tentatively put in there, we could decrease it to 6,000, but you all know postage is also increasing constantly, so.
Well, and it's election year and then
Well, election
I have
postage
to send
does not
out
get
more.
included in this dollar.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's split out separately.
I have to send out assessment forms, so instead of just the notice of decreases, which is about 10 or 15 people, I have to send out notices, assessments, so.
How many absentee ballot letters do you have to send out?
Oh, I don't know.
That's a neat question.
Yeah, that's not me.
I was looking your way, but.
Side eye.
So absentee ballot applications, because of how we're, I talked about this at the last meeting, we're currently a vote by mail county, meaning we have to send them out come the deadline for that. We send it out to all active voters, and I'd say that's probably close to 1,500. We maybe got maybe 500 back last year, maybe.
And then did they all vote by mail then?
If they return their application back in, we automatically send them a ballot once ballots are available. Whether or not they send those ballots back to us is on them as the voter. Sometimes they didn't, and they came in on election day and voted in person anyways. So
We have to, is this something we have to do?
no, that's what I was talking about at the last meeting, which
Okay.
I would like us to discuss about moving away from vote by mail because that could save us on postage, printing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of money.
In the elections line item, not necessarily this one, but something that we should look into. But as far as postage goes, because we send out notice of public hearings, tax statements, and then now Patty's notice of assessment.
I'm gonna try to do a postcard, so it's cheaper.
I don't know if decreasing that by
Can you do the
$2,000
Christmas
is.
one and the assessment same time?
Hey, Chris.
I would leave it.
Leave it? Okay, that's fine.
No. Postage.
This is totally.
Is it coming down?
Hey, Jaden, do you know how much money we are spending each month for health insurance?
I'd have to look, but we're getting to the health insurance budget.
Okay, the reason is because I do have the quote that we obtained last year. Lee, you may remember we talked about it at the meeting. I do have the quote that we obtained last year for what private insurance was last year.
But that could have also increased, I guess, too.
Oh,
Would
absolutely.
it give us a ballpark starting number?
Yeah.
Retirement, that's kind of based on how we're doing retirement now, that number, I don't know that we could decrease that amount. I'd like to see we could. Maybe by $5,000.
Is it gonna matter?
I mean, if we don't spend it, we don't spend it. It's just in there as a budgeted amount, so that way we know like this is potentially how much we're gonna spend on retirement.
Okay, so we're gonna cut,
We could do it 100,000. Exam fees, we get to drop down because we only do audits every other year, but going into 27, it will go back up. Organization dues. I did look at those. We dropped it from this year from 17 to 15,000. just kind of based on what we've spent. As far as I know, most of the dues are not changing from what NDACO sent out, so we should be okay with those numbers. Trainings and conferences, this is specifically for general fund employees. This does not affect county roads or, weed board, planning, not planning and zoning, that just weed board or extension. They have their own, what they do. So that one, I'd say we could leave as is for now and hope that we don't spend it all. Office furniture, we decreased to 5,000, we can drop it down even more.
You don't know what we spent, $100,000?
I don't know that we spent maybe like 1,000. Kind of depends on whose desk starts falling apart first. And if last year we got desks from the SCD office. When they moved to the new building, they got rid of their old ones, so like a few people got free desks from them. I can pull that up and double check.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I'm not sure. Yeah, furnishing more offices,
Office furniture, we spent $535 this year. So, we could decrease that.
2,500?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, let's go half.
HR, Alice took a look at hers and actually decreased it from 45,000 to 28,000. General miscellaneous. I walked through a bunch of this with Linda because she works with those numbers a bit more. And we could do FICA down to 45,000. Workman's comp remains at 5. Unemployment we could drop that down by to 8,000. I think when we were looking at this, we were budgeting for everybody, and this is just for general fund employees. So we can decrease that by quite a bit. The ACH would have to
8,000 total.
8,000 total for unemployment comp. ACH would remain the same. That's $10 a month that we do. Mileage was decreased to 100 for this year. It's kind of another one of those things where if we don't know which mileage to put it under, we just put it under general miscellaneous. And then miscellaneous, last year it was 3,700. We could probably drop that down to 5. Sheriff's Department. The only note that I have made thus far looking at this, because it's the only one that I know we kind of really look at in my office, is the property insurance. Needs to increase from 8,500 to 10,000 because it costs more to insure the new vehicles. And, yeah.
Let's see, if we go down the line on these, some of these, I can increase a few $100s off of some of them, but I have enough line items there that would make a difference on. So. And then the bigger ones, I guess, the vehicle, I think I had that 95, and I think I could go down to 75 at least at that.
Last page from the bottom.
Okay. So you're saying from 95 to?
To 75. And also that's gonna
Be contingent
be
on.
contingent on whether we get another officer, and then also that line item there for the salary on that officer as well. I mean, if we do qualify for the grant on it, then that's not gonna, we're not gonna need that, I guess.
Right.
And then those are the two bigger ones, I guess, and then,
I got a question on Social Security retirement. Isn't that covered under a different fund? So we wouldn't have to.
Sheriff's Department has to
That's
remain
totally
separate
different.
because we have to account for all expenses from the Sheriff's Department, especially when it comes to the joint agreement we have with the city. They need to see what it is that we're spending specifically on the Sheriff's Department. So we keep those separate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's all under the general fund, but it has to be in here because of the fact that we have to account for it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yep.
I forgot that.
Yep.
and then also then on our task force payment, that has basically been the same as for the last.
Yeah.
So I think we can take the 2,500 off of that.
Which one is that one, Dave? 121?
121.
121.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it. So go to what?
Back to 1750.
75?
Yeah. I mean, that's all we've been paying on it. Is that correct?
Last year it was 17.5, and this year we have not
And I believe it's
spent
still,
anything on
it
it
should
yet,
still be
so,
the same.
Yeah.
And then like, okay, we're on your next line for other pay. Is that kind of, are we in that same?
I need to double check on that other pay. Last year it was 11.6, which is why I think we bumped
we
it
were-
up. So we were, yeah, it
we were
was
short.
last year was, yeah.
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 So I mean, I think part of that can be cut. We went to 10, I think we could probably go back to 5 again.
Okay.
And the next line for our license.
That one includes your new policy manual.
Yeah.
So
okay.
that's why
So
we
have to
increased it.
add- All right.
Mhm. The FICA retirement workmen's, all those need to stay where they're at, based on wages.
The workers' comp, is that, still needs to stay the
Yep.
same? Okay.
Yep, all those, so line 220 down to 270 I would just say keep them where they're at.
Okay.
The annual leave, sick leave payout, yeah, I would say it's probably safe to leave it at the 10,000, just not saying that all 3 of your deputies are gonna quit today or tomorrow, but in the event that somebody, I mean, you never know.
What's the LEPS payment? Law enforcement training?
Yeah.
But that's pretty typical.
That's, yeah, that's pretty much the same all the time, so.
So with the health insurance, the way we put that in there, because obviously last year it's showing roughly 50,000. We put it in there for if all employees in the sheriff's department would take out health insurance. Currently, Dave has it, Carrie has it, Kale does not. We don't. And Bryce has single life, so, but that's mostly because their spouses probably have it through their employer and you can't, if it's per his employer, you can't double it.
So what's the difference between the full health for 28.5 compared to single?
It's like 11 something.
Oh.
But as soon as one of them would get married or, you know, have kids or, you know, whatever the case may be, they'd potentially go to family policy. The health exams are that's the new requirement that we have in there, so.
Our radio equipment, I think what did we spend on that last year? Do you remember right off?
Last year, there was only $185 spent on radio because we haven't gotten or done the updates yet
We're
or
gonna have
anything
our
like that.
updates now for,
Yeah.
and that's.
So it's gonna be that out there.
Some of that was covered though by the ARPA grant. That's why there wasn't a big expense in here because the ARPA covered a very large amount of that radio equipment upgrades. That was all those new ones that we approved at the end of last year.
And our travel mileage, that's usually right about 1,000, isn't it? To stay there.
Last year, you didn't use any mileage. This year though, it's showing you've used $3,024, and that is mostly because Bryce went to training to the academy. So, you know, got paid for taking his personal vehicle down to training and, so unless you have another officer that needs to go to the academy.
No. Telephone and fax, I mean, that should be down since we got our.
Yeah.
Our new phones.
Currently it is $6,430.53. That is with your phones. That's with the office phone. Some of this might be like a one-time setup fee, which is why it's so high.
So maybe you should leave it for this year?
Yeah. Printing and publishing, that's one of them we don't know from year to year really. Last year was $868.
Yep. Yep.
So I think that's normally kind of high, isn't it?
This year so far it's 100.
Yeah, I'm
It
saying
depends on
868.
if you have like a sheriff's sale and you have to put that in the paper or, you know, whatever the case may be, that's gonna depend. Realistically, you could probably drop it down to 1,000, but
I would say to drop it to 1,000, I guess. I think we can get by with that. And our box rent stays the same, right? Postage rate also varies, but that's $25. So, for our dues and membership, that normally is not over $1,000, is it?
this year it's at 37.
What was,
We budgeted 3,000 this year and it's at 3,700. I'd have to go into a more detailed report to see exactly where a lot of that's going, but.
okay. And, training and conference fees. That's another one, I think that can drop to 1,000, I think.
That's up to you guys. It depends
Yeah.
on what kind of conferences or anything that you guys go to. And how much those cost, I guess.
I don't know. Now that we're fully staffed, we might actually go to training.
Well, that's true.
Just throwing that out there. We didn't go to any this year because we didn't have the staff.
For 2,000, we should probably do it just in case.
Oh, that's
Yeah, we didn't have time to go to training.
And then it looks us money.
Right.
Office supplies.
Last year it was $566 and this year so far it's only $50 for office
Yeah, I think
supplies.
we can drop that to 1,000. Yep. Fence equipment. Well, we're at 2241. right?
That's what
Um,
we spent.
defense equipment last year, yeah, 2241. This year so far it's $880.
So, I mean, if we went even to 2,000, dropped it to 500, I think, you know.
Drop it to 2,000.
Drop it to 2,000. Our uniforms,
We're over 2,500 this
Yeah.
year
so
by
next year should be down.
$45. So
Next year we should be down then, so I would. Well, no, not really, I guess.
probably
So
not.
I would, I guess, leave that one the same. Yes, fuel, we're at, 19.5,
This year so far it's at 15.4. But
15.4,
that's what so far this year.
and last year we were at,
And that's end of the year was 19.4. So that was your total.
well, I think we can bring that one down to 25 instead of 35.
Price of fuel's gone up, gas gone up a lot since last year.
Where are we at for repairs so far?
So far this year for repairs, we budgeted 10,000 and we're at 13.3.
We won't have that car issue again.
Yeah.
And then
We hope.
I think I could go back to 10 on it instead of 15.
Are you safe in doing that though? If another engine goes out or something, or
No, we don't know. I mean, that's
kind of like if it's gonna snow or not?
great. Mm,
meet in the middle and do
I think our
12.
vehicles are in good enough shape.
Go 12.5? Be safe?
Yeah.
Horses are cheaper now.
Just got a text to remind us that we probably need at least 2 new vests. Coming up next year.
Yeah, mine.
You know, me and Bryce's are current, but yours is probably gonna expire in any
So is that
case.
every 2 years, 3 years?
Vest? 5.
3-5, yeah.
And that would fall under,
Uniform
Yeah,
or defense
yeah, for- with our uniforms.
okay.
Probably uniforms.
Equipment. What did we spend for office equipment?
What are we doing around supplies? Supplies, you want 1,000, but we budgeted 250 this year and we're at 131. Are we dropping that or leaving it?
Yeah, I think we can drop.
I mean, last year there was 1,000 spent, but so far this year, there's only been $131 and then we're already in the
Yeah,
fourth quarter, so.
Not 500, yeah.
Okay. Office furniture.
Office furniture. I believe we just got rid of those chairs. Well, that would have been last.
I don't know, we didn't spend anything
but
last
we-
year
yeah,
or
we didn't
this
spend
year.
it. Yeah, we got rid of the chairs last year, but we didn't replace them. So, but we do need. I don't know if it's gonna be the 5,000, but I would cut that in half. If we can get something.
Office equipment, nothing has been spent out of there this year, but last year was $995. Yeah, I think that was that, air purifier, was last year's
Oh.
purchase. So,
Yeah, I would cut that in half too then. We didn't spend any last year other than.
that was it. And there was nothing spent on it
I
this
think,
year.
yeah, I think we can go down to 500 on that then.
Equipment maintenance agreement, and I did make a comment of the budget review that we have to increase that to 2,500, cause that's for the lease printer.
And which one was that?
The equipment maintenance, the 641.
Oh, okay.
And then computer expenses would be like if she needs it, if any of you need new computers.
Yeah.
So
We increased that to 1,200, right?
that was equipment maintenance, increased to 2,500. Computer expenses is 5,000.
Oh, right, okay.
So I guess probably leave that
Yeah.
where it is in case you guys need new computers.
Yeah, and we're gonna be looking at a few new programs for the vehicles too. So we can get up to speed with the state, so. Hopefully, but
And then our vehicle, I think, I talked about that one, I think we can cut 20,000 off of that, 75. Our internet, is that
So
normally,
internet is also computer software. It's the internet and the software. And so far this year, we've spent $902.50 in that line. So that's
Almost for last year's.
technically should probably.
so that should be increased
Yeah.
then to about 500.
4,000 total?
Yeah.
4,000.
And then miscellaneous, so far this year, we're at $3,351. And that's just, we can't find a place to put it. So we could probably leave it.
Probably back to 4 and 5 again.
Okay.
And then we have for housing prisoners,
That's capital projects, let's go to that, I mean, if they wanna go through that one quick. We have 30,000 budgeted for that,
Where's that one? Way towards the
way
back.
towards the back.
Too far now. For the Comas.
So far, we've spent 9,900 for capital projects, for detention care. But you don't necessarily want to decrease that in case you get somebody who has to hang out in jail for a month or two.
right. That's one of them, we never know what
Yeah,
we're gonna spend.
Yeah.
So I think we should leave that where it's at.
I think that would be a good idea. Do you want to do the maintenance line in there right away and get that one done?
Okay.
So far this year for maintenance, we're at $57,830.12. And that's been like light replacement, that's been other stuff that we've paid out of there. So we could drop it down. There is money in the fund itself because that's its own levy fund. And if we leave it at this, we have room to carry it over. Yeah. I think we should leave it for now, and if we need to decrease it later on next year or just not spend it, that'd be okay.
Okay.
So. Hopefully things stop falling apart.
You'll leave that?
Yes, yep. Probation officer, we have 4,500. I mean, that's what it's been.
That's been the same, yeah. What was the other for the juvenile?
That, we don't have anything for juvenile. We just have yours, the probation officer, and then the detention care. The juvenile is thrown in with the contract services.
Okay.
Yep. So. County coroner. And there's something that we'll have to look at the end of the year. Currently, our coroner is Thomas Esbari, and it's like a 5-year term, and we have to redo it at the end of this year. But it's always been this $1,200. He just gets paid. But he doesn't get mileage or anything else like that unless he actually gets called out.
So work for business.
I think we decreased the mileage request to 400 just because it hasn't been used, and it hasn't been used this year either, so that would probably, unless you wanna drop it even more.
You say, don't say that too loud.
Sorry. I don't wanna jinx it, yeah, no, sorry. And then the miscellaneous, one of those things, actually, we could drop that down to probably 1,000, to be honest.
Miscellaneous to 1,000?
Yeah. Just looking at what we have and have not spent, that'd be safe. Risk manager and risk management. So that is, Linda is our county's risk manager. So this would be any expenses incurred with her role, but then also we have compliance expenses. She does do a conference annually. Typically it's on one day, so she did cut out the meals. Yes. Yours? Oh, okay, yeah, so Sheriff's Department miscellaneous, Kale currently gets child care credit, $300 a month for kids in daycare, so that's what comes on miscellaneous. For Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, I didn't know what came from.
He's the only one currently receiving. So yeah, risk manager, that's Linda's portion of what she gets paid out of the mileage, compliance expenses, miscellaneous. Miscellaneous is another one of those catch-alls, but it hasn't been used in the last 2 years, so.
The compliance?
No, the miscellaneous. Compliance has been used. Last year we used it, and then this year we used $600 out of that to get the animal gloves for the sheriff's department. So, thanks, Jim.
It's nothing happy. So eliminate the miscellaneous?
We probably could, yeah.
And then, the compliance expenses, does it need to be 2,000? Is that recommended?
So last year we spent 1,100, this year we spent 600. It's kind of one of those, if there's things that we need to get to remain in compliance with state rules and regulations. But if you think we should decrease it, this is just what Linda was recommending.
1,500? Is it safe? I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, we don't know nothing about
2,000. We gotta stay compliant. That's the scary part.
Yeah, that.
Don't spend it if you don't have to.
Right.
Then we'll just leave it.
Okay. DES, that was another Alice. I have a sticky note. She decreased that to 30. That's what she, after looking at it.
I did get my EM certification, so I won't have as much training to go to. So that should be good.
There's some mistake.
That's what I say.
So 30,000?
Yeah. Property insurance, that's pretty standard every year. It's currently at 16,826, and it's obviously if we get new things, it goes up a little bit, so.
You're comfortable.
Radio, 1,100 has come out of there so far this year. We'll leave it at 3,000 for now, because the big expense was covered by ARPA. So.
That's your radios?
That's, I think, just in general radios. Health insurance is the big one.
Yeah, we can't do nothing with it.
So we're actually budget-wise over this year because of that increase in July. By about 11,000.
What is the monthly?
For general fund only, $20,775.92 is what this is showing.
20,000 per month.
That's what I have for other expenses.
Just for comparison's sake, the very cheapest, highest deductible plan would be 31,873 as of last year.
Is that like Sanford or one of them?
Sanford, yeah,
But it's a high deductible plan, which is not.
really high. What is the
It's not
current?
beneficial to employees.
What is the current deductible that we have now?
500.
So to have the same plan in place through the private marketplace would be, as of last year, it's $53,248.79 a month.
There is North Dakota Fit, and I'm going to do some research with them to see what they could offer us, because I know there's quite a few counties that did go with them. And they do offer good health insurance plans. I would hate to take something good away from our employees, because that is a great benefit.
This one right now, I mean, I don't wanna decrease it by any means. Just, I mean, this is kind of a, if everybody takes the health insurance kind of situation. Step up, okay? Please. Or that. Park board, we've always done 2,500 and then that gets donated out depending on what the park board decides. Planning and zoning. This was with the board member increase from 45 to 60 per meeting, and that's kind of up to you guys if you wanna do that, and then mileage would.
Actually, we could probably just I would do mileage at 15, just because we were 1,200.
We're currently at 1,300 for this year, but that's because we've had several special meetings, so with the hopes that we don't have as many special meetings, we could decrease to 15 for mileage.
I would say 15 for mileage and 5, or what are we at for county board?
5,000 would be fine if we don't increase their board pay.
So.
Well, and our board pay is average with the rest of the state for most of them, so.
Yeah.
Most of them are 45.
45 to 50. Yeah. We're right in the range.
Yeah.
So go to 5,000?
Yeah, just stay at 5,000, and then if we could increase the travel expense to 15 from last year, I'm looking, or this year.
Decrease the 2,000 requested
to 15.
Okay. Fair board, they requested 15,000. Economic development, kind of the same thing every year. She comes in and requests the $2,500 and it goes towards. Part of it probably goes towards like Chris Kimball or something like, I don't know what she does. It's the economic, it's the JDA that Deb Claris is kind of in charge of, yep. Roads, so I made a couple notes on roads. So special roads is no longer a levy, but we still get some prior year's taxes, and that'll actually start tapering off towards next year or the year after, I think. What we're projected to bring in, that's kind of hard to say, but I actually decreased the amount to 6,000 because that is more of an in and out. Like it comes in on prior year's taxes. The expense is literally just moving it from this over to unfinished roads. So I would say 6,000 is sufficient because it's technically not an expense, but it looks like it. Unorganized roads. notes that I have, FICA, we could decrease to 55,000. Retirement down to 60,000. Workman comp decreased to 20,000. And unemployment down to 15,000. That should be more than enough to cover who we currently have and a little extra, so. Annual leave, sick leave payout, we have at $70,000, and that was mostly because of earlier this year. We don't wanna be in that same situation. So, I don't know if it needs to be 70, that's a little high, but we do still have,
Yeah, Marv, yeah.
we've got Marv, who's been there for 33 years. So, yeah, so he's been there long enough to get the 10% of his sick leave paid out. So I would say probably just leave that and hope that we don't have to use all of it. Engineering. I think we just, no, what do you think? It's at 155,000.
What have we spent this year?
It's the tough one to cut with the two projects going on.
Well, that's,
$9,663.80. Here's the, I guess, kind of, this is the only fund that engineering comes out of. I would recommend that we just leave it as is and then,
yeah, cause if we have a big project or something that comes up,
yeah. Property and liability insurance, that needs to be at 50,000. We're over by 9,000 this year. But when we continue to get new equipment and that kind of stuff increases, so. Health insurance. 150,000 should be, yeah, it's kind of obvious we need to do that. Travel expense and mileage, nothing has been spent on that one in the last 2 years. No, I take that back, there's $63 that we spent this year in mileage. It's at $1,500.
we spent mileage this year.
Yes, $63 on, did somebody go to a training? That's probably what it's for, that training up in Washburn.
We drove county pickup.
I'll double check.
Yeah,
So you're asking 15, is that something?
that's pretty high because as far as mileage goes, that's what we bought that little pickup for. So
$500.
I would say 500.
Meals, motels, travel expenses. Nothing gets spent on it there.
I think we could take that off. And if something would come up, I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be few and far and in between, so.
Electricity, the last 2 years it's been like 2,800, this year it's 2,900. I mean, it just kind of depends on what you're using it for.
Right.
If it's a bad winter and you have stuff plugged in, you're
Well,
gonna use
and
more, so.
we're doing a lot of electricity upgrades, so
Might actually get better.
maybe we'll know this come this winter.
Need it, decrease it.
3,500.
I would say let's go there. If it comes down, we can adjust it later.
Heating fuel, obviously we didn't do a lot last year, 7,800, and so far this year, 4,100.
So that's still from last winter because we haven't had anything on yet. Got the oil furnace fixed. We just started that this morning.
Fix the windows, fix the doors, fix the holes in the ceiling.
Yep. And then we got the new propane furnaces hung.
That would be more efficient.
Tomorrow we should have maybe even have them up and running. So I would think it would make a huge difference.
7,500.
It's at 15,000 currently. I mean,
We're not, yeah, but he isn't.
How much do we
use last year?
Last year, heating fuel 7,800 was used last year.
I'd say 8.
Go to 8.
Go with 8, and then if it's doing better, we can reduce it again.
Water and sewer. Since we're not hooked up to the city, there's like a separate deal there, I think.
Yeah, there we should have a septic system because that gets pumped once a year.
$730 last year and $683 so far this year. So
For water,
water and sewer, it's $1,500 is the budgeted amount.
that's plenty, I think.
Leave it at 15?
Yeah.
Garbage, I would say leave it at, well, we could probably do 1,500 instead of 1,700.
Yeah, because should be able to knock that down with the garbage crew change.
Telephone and fax, so far this year it's 1,067 and last year it was 2,100 for the whole year. Budgeting 2,400.
Well, we don't even have fax hooked up down there, so
Well, this would be just your landline telephone and then
internet.
that's separate. Internet is separate.
That seems awful high for
You guys,
telephone.
well, it might be your internet too. I gotta double check on that one. That'd be a weird one to put your internet expenses in though.
1,500?
Yeah.
Printing and publishing. If we put an ad in the paper
For staff.
for anything like that, that's probably
Selling
about it.
products. Right, selling stuff.
Selling stuff, yeah. 1,000.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Yeah.
This year, we're at 1,300. And
Yeah. We had 2 sales though.
yeah. And then there might have been some printing thrown in with that too.
Mhm.
So. Postage, if you mail anything, which usually doesn't,
No. What is that? What's
I don't-
postage?
it's like $100.
Yeah.
There hasn't been anything.
Because I think we dropped. That's one of them we dropped earlier. Pretty
It's
sure.
been 100 the last couple of years and it's never been used,
Yeah.
so. We just cut it out
I
altogether.
think so.
Membership dues, 1,600. We spent 812, and that's like
Ben Tap and
NDs, ND LTAP, that kind of stuff. Those are just dues that we pay so that they can go to trainings, yeah. Because we do have a trainings and conference line also, and I know Kenny talked about that and wanted to increase because we wanted to send you guys to more
right.
trainings to get them certified, so. Office supplies is at 1,000. Haven't spent anything this year.
No.
Last year it was $90.
I would say cut it in half.
We did add the line item security for 2025, and there was $4,200 spent so far this year. And that's the upgrade to your camera system.
Yes, that was the
We're
upgrade,
updating this.
but that should be good now for a
It
few
should
years.
be.
So
Yeah. Unless you got another camera someplace, but
yeah, we can literally see the whole yard.
Should we
So
drop it down a couple thousand?
I would now.
Couple thousand, or is 1,000 sufficient?
What's the budget now?
5,000.
I would say cut it in half.
Yes.
Repairs, $215,000. So far this year, we spent $193,000.
Leave it alone.
Leave it. Just like
That's gonna be a hard one.
supplies, Kenny already dropped it down from 100,000 to 60,000 from this year to next year. I think there's 26,000 spent this year
Mhm.
so far, so.
Yep.
Signs, $12,000 this year, 7,800 spent.
There's 12,000 and it was 1,700 so far.
7,800.
7,800.
Yes.
So 8,000 just.
Yeah, 8,000, yeah.
Go to 10.
Yeah.
Cause last year's 5,300 was spent, so.
Well, and a lot of that went out to next areas for their traffic signs. So
In our budget system, we did do an amendment, and it's not on this sheet, we added a computer and hardware line because we got the new computer down there, but I don't feel that we need to add anything more. It's at 3,000, we could realistically put it at 1,500.
yeah.
That's a new line?
Yeah, was amended in here earlier this year when Kenny got that new computer with everything.
Could that go under miscellaneous or no?
I mean, yeah, if you wanted it to, otherwise we have a line item, so.
Okay. Computer 1,500.
Yeah. Machinery, equipment, and vehicles, this was one thing that I kinda wanted to look at. Highway tax also has a machinery, equipment, and vehicles line. The problem with highway tax is we only bring in whatever the state tells us every year. And what we've been budgeting is double what we're actually bringing in. So that's maybe something we need to consider looking at, changing, reducing. I would say leave the one that's in unorganized roads, but we haven't used the machinery, equipment, and vehicles line in highway tax. I would realistically just remove that one altogether. And if we need to adjust the line in unorganized roads next year, should we have to, I would do it that way.
So eliminate the 210,000?
No, that one stays. Highway tax, two funds over, eliminate that one, but when we get to that one.
Oh.
I think we leave 210,000 where it is.
Okay.
And we've spent 153,000. Construction is at 500,000, we've spent 115,000.
I think we took that was for the pipe now. So I mean we get
Just never.
bad washout or something like that, it can go quick. So that one I'd kind of leave that one there.
Culverts is at 50,000, we've spent 9,600.
Is that 50?
Yeah, 50,000.
I would say
Last year you spent 17,400.
say cut it in half. Do 25 because we're pretty well stocked on culverts right now.
Gravel, 500,000, we've spent 94,000 so far this year, and that's like our gravel agreements that we have
Right.
for the current pit.
Yeah.
And then any that,
So if we find another one, that'll go up too. So
yeah,
That one over east never got developed.
not yet.
I seen they pulled the equipment out.
They pulled it out.
It's gone.
Yeah. Yep. They said it's going to be kind of worst case scenario. I think that's going to be maybe when they go come spring. So right now nothing. So.
So would crushed asphalt fall under that probably?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're gonna have probably,
We need to find some.
Yep.
miscellaneous is at 50,000, last year $600, this year 3,700.
3,700 was for that break room that we built.
So, I mean,
drop it down to 5,000, 10,000?
Let's say let's do 10.
okay. Road and bridge is another one of those where it's kind of an in and out. 400,000 would probably be fine based on what we brought in last year. That'll probably go up a little bit this coming year. So. And then highway tax. So the note that I have on here is revenue is only $308,733 projected for highway tax. Obviously, we tend to have a little bit of carryover with that one. We do pay for our lease equipment out of that line, and then gas, fuel, and oil. We haven't spent anything on machinery, equipment, and vehicles this year out of that fund, and we haven't used the miscellaneous. In my recommendation, I would say leave the equipment rental and gas and fuel, and then just take out machinery, equipment, and then miscellaneous, because that would be more close to what we're actually gonna have in that fund. As far as what the money available.
Yeah.
Cause that's one of those that we don't bail this fund out at the end of the year if it's over.
Right.
So eliminate the 180 and 40.
Yeah, that's my recommendation. You guys do kind of what you want with that one.
Well, it doesn't pay to have it in there if we're not gonna get it.
Right, exactly. Also,
Right.
And both of those lines are in another fund, so if we as far as these next few go, these are like our taxing entities. We do just a general budget approval, but Western Plains gets to levy that amount. Historical Society is limited to.
So question, it dropped from last year?
Yep. It dropped from last year based on what their board felt that they needed, but then also based on the valuations that so when Aaron came in July, yep. Historical Society is limited to how much they can actually levy for, so the 6,500 is basically where we keep them at, because that's all we can levy. Senior citizens, that's kind of the same thing. They ask for the same amount every year. That's tied with the levies. E911, this is the agreement that we have with Mercer County Sheriff's Department. It's $70,000.
That's the dispatch.
That is the dispatch, PSAP services, the mapping, all of that. It's $70,000.
Can we cut the mapping in half until we actually get the maps?
I mean, if we can amend the contract.
He did contact me a couple of
We have
weeks
the
ago.
contract with Mercer County Sheriff's. When is it? I think next year. I'd have to double check.
I think I asked for 8 of the big ones. I think LSU wanted one in every office,
Yeah.
and then one in the road department. So 8, and then I think I ordered 15 of the 12 by 16s, I believe.
Right.
And they're all laminated. And so when they're done, we'll each have one, whoever needs one for every vehicle in the shop. One for
We're
every
actually getting them?
cop car, huh?
We're getting them?
He said he's working on it.
They're working on it.
Okay. He's been working on it for a year, but
Yeah, I was gonna say it started your.
I think he's gonna, yeah, he did ask me how many we wanted, so.
Okay.
We'll get ones with crayons on them.
Okay, don't make fun of my apartment.
We gotta draw our own.
Capital projects we went through, veteran services, same thing, we do levy for that, and then whatever gets brought in just gets sent down to Morton County. That's, Mitch Earhart is our DSO, he comes twice a month. Soil conservation, same thing, they request an amount.
What is the maintenance for 100,000
Where's that at?
under capital projects?
That's like building maintenance, the courthouse, so we've done the windows, lights.
Okay.
Some of the plumbing, yep. So soil conservation, SC, that's 50,000. And he included his budget sheet, that's what they ask for every year. Extension, I think everybody got the updated amount. I gave it to you a couple meetings ago, but, I think there was one spot in there that I know we could adjust. Health insurance, we would only need 29,000 for that one. It's not a huge adjustment.
How much?
29,000.
Which one's the extension?
Extension,
I just want
health
back
insurance.
over here for an extension.
different amounts.
Yeah, the first sheet says 26,000.
That was adjusted when Rick got his budget stuff back from NDSU, so it's the handwritten one. It should say.
So we're going by the other one then.
It should say 30,625 is what was requested. It doesn't need to be more than that because it's 29,000. We should be okay for actually the next 2 years at that rate.
So leave it at the 30?
No, drop it down to
29.
29,000. Telephone and fax could probably go down to 1,500 because last year that one time with the new phones, when we looked at the billing, that should be more than enough at 1,500 rather than 2,000. But everything else, I don't.
Okay, as far as box rent, I know a couple of them had only $100, and this one's $155.
Yeah, and last year 154 was spent out of that one. Let me double check where we're at this year. Box rent. We're at 154 for that one. I don't know if it might be a bigger box than what.
Maybe.
Their prices increased too, so.
Office supplies?
So far this year, $350 spent. Last year it was $1,300. So
1,000 should be adequate, I would think.
yeah,
Right.
that's up to you guys.
I would think. Have they been spending any out of 900?
No, not the last 2 years.
Can we just scratch it?
What's that? Miscellaneous?
They're not using it.
I think so.
Okay.
Everything else, so I mean, that's kind of mileage. We're at 3,800 this year. I mean, yeah, the rest of it I think kind of leave as is. If you're good with that.
Okay, you're talking mileage on the extension?
Yeah, I just was looking at it.
Yeah, it's
so
at
far.
6,000,
Yep.
and it was
This
2,700 in
last
24.
year, this year it's at 3,800.
Four should be adequate. Four.
I'm
And travels
the meals
341.
1,400 this year and 1,150 last year. So
15.
I got the
Next line down.
I don't know what he has as
15,
far
you
as
think?
like
I'm thinking.
end of the
Seems
year.
like that should cover.
For which one?
341 or travel expenses.
Okay, move it to what?
1,500.
Yep.
I can move on. Leave people. Board members, 3,000. Contract services is 9,000. That's free.
Oh,
That's Scott Miranda.
yeah.
And they've done that. I mean, that could
That's gonna
possibly
vary.
go up, but also if we're doing, I don't know how we would break that down as far as.
Right. We'll have to play with that
Yeah.
one for a year.
Weed control.
FICA, that would probably remain where it's at, that every, board members get paid, that comes out of theirs. But the retirement, the workman's comp, unemployment, and health insurance, all of those line items were put in there when the extension secretary was paid 1/5 out of this fund. And because that's not happening any longer, we could remove them for now.
For now.
I mean, it's
I
something
think we
that,
should for now, shouldn't we?
before retirement, what's this top,
Retirement.
unemployment and health?
Yep. I mean, at least for now, unless, something.
We decide
changes
something
or something,
different.
Yeah. Travel expense, I would say you could leave that where it's at, as far as that's board members paid to come to meetings and, the meals, motels, etc. Nothing was spent in there last year. And nothing has been spent in that one for this year.
200, huh? 30, what do we have? Meals, 341. Okay, 200.
Printing and publishing, nothing this year, nothing last year. I would guess that's if they need to advertise for a sale or something like that.
Better 100.
Postage, this year, $186 was spent. Last year, $790. I don't know if they. I have to look at that one, but that's when they would send out like cost share notices. So. We budgeted $250 this year, and they're well within that, I guess. But
Could we go to half on that? 45. 5?
dues, membership, seminars, $470 this year. Last year was $135. I think there's a different association or maybe a conference that
I'd
was
leave that
attended.
one then if they're at 470 now.
Chemical purchases, I think we're at 82,000. 85,000 is probably good.
Might be conservative if everything going up.
Yeah, and that all depends on who actually gets cost share, you know. But as long as we're budgeting the equivalent of 3 meals, we qualify for the LAP program. So I would leave that as is.
Okay.
Machinery, equipment, and vehicles. 5,600 was spent last year. Nothing this year. I think we got spray tanks with that.
Didn't we buy some right before the end of
We gotta
last
be,
year?
Yeah.
we gotta be contracting that out
What's that?
for the weed.
Spray.
Custom
Spring, all.
application?
Well, Scotty and Miranda were doing it this year.
So
There's a
we may have
potential to hire them.
Huh?
And there's a potential to hire someone to spray.
Well, we talked about getting one we just hired, you know, because they're not doing the trees, they're doing just the noxious weeds. So we still should have somebody doing trees.
But we wouldn't have to
We
buy
may,
language equipment.
we may need to increase one of these bottom items here because
As far as equipment goes, we don't need, there's all kinds of it there.
And now, yeah, weed board's gotta pay the county's guy who sprays for the county, part of that or something, right?
Well,
That's what's been done, is that if anybody goes out and sprays from the county shop, part of their pay comes out of
Weed
the
board.
weed control because they're spraying the noxious weeds.
But only for noxious weeds, not for trees or.
Right.
So, I mean, as far as noxious weeds, I mean, it worked great to have Scotty and Miranda taking care of that.
And that would be considered the contract services 122 line item if they continue to do that.
So we probably wouldn't need the machinery and equipment vehicle.
well, we could probably get rid of that 10,000 and move it up here.
To the
Contract
next, to the
services.
one, I mean, if that's,
I'm a little concerned that one's gonna go up.
They were spraying more this year than I've seen them in the past, I know that.
What's that?
Scott
Scott and
Miranda.
Miranda, their pickup was in the highway ditch more this year than it's normally. I don't know
Well,
what their bill is, but
it wasn't. Cause we got one, didn't we? Wasn't that 2,700?
I'd have to look. 9,800 so far this year is what was spent on spraying, and that was the county roads and whatever else they
So
did,
you're right, Lee, that's gotta go up. We could take some money from down for that.
Yeah, I think, probably from the senior equipment or the miscellaneous, we move more up to the contract services. Say increase that by 5,000.
Okay, how about the miscellaneous then? What, has that been
Nothing
used?
has been used this year, and there was nothing used last
So
year.
maybe eliminate it?
14,000.
Eliminate the 500?
Okay, what do you wanna do with the contract services?
So the 14.
I'll think increase that to 14,
Okay.
and we'll, machinery and equipment we could do there. Well, we cut it in half.
Okay. And then they did request adding a construction line item for $75,000 for construction of a weed board building. That's in the notes there. So whether or not you add that line item or not,
The commissioners are gonna have to look into that further,
okay.
come up with a game plan.
Yep. And then water management, same thing as some of the other ones. They levy, they do with that what they will. We don't really change that.
If I can back up just a minute, going by Rob's comment, if we continue to have Scott and Miranda do it, or if we hire someone, potentially, not gonna need a building.
Right, we'll have to discuss that another day. Yep, absolutely. At 14, if like that project you and I just witnessed, that's above S&M, we're gonna have to hire somebody else on that.
Okay, water management at 10,000, they kinda do with theirs what they will. So that just leaves. Thank you, because this actually is very helpful for me to get all of this.
Do we know how much money was saved?
You know where that one was?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys wanna take like a 10-minute recess, I
I'm okay
can
with
plug
that.
these
I think we
numbers in.
should.
10,
The
15
taxpayers
minute
would
recess.
appreciate that.
Yes, I can plug these numbers in if you let me use the restroom.
Yeah.
After the numbers are done.
Oh.
I'm gonna go across the street and pull. Yeah, it might be smart.
Okay, call the meeting back to order. Waiting for a report now from Jaden if she has some close estimates of
So
what the deficit for.
we decreased the requested amount by $160,140 for the general fund.
160,000.
140.
Okay.
County roads, we decreased by 363,200.
We'll repeat that on the
Yep,
record.
363,200.
Okay.
Extension, we decreased by 10,625. Weed control decreased by 78,450. And then that was it, as far as decreasing numbers. So,
The grand total is, I've heard, almost 600,000. We got 520.
From the general fund, you cut over what, 25%?
612,415 total cut from what was requested. So that's with general and county roads and the other special funds. I mean, if you want me to check here now, deficit wise, where we're at. General fund deficit is down to $312,554.81. And that would be with all requested increases for wages. That's not accounting for any changes to wages. County road. $2,215,866.81. Do you want me to do the other ones? Or
Could you repeat that number again? 2 million?
$2,215,866.81. I guess the one comment I would make about the deficit is if we were starting at zero, that's where we would be at. As far as that goes. Carryover though, I mean, we will have some carryover to help with that. But also acknowledging that yes, if we're looking at purely estimated expenditures and revenues, those are the deficits.
I made a note here earlier, so we need to work with all departments and they need to work with us. And this is, I sure appreciate all departments working with us because I thought we'd have to mandate these line items in order to get it done, but we appreciate the cooperation on this because that helps a lot. So we don't have to require it. So I'd like to thank everybody for cooperating. But again, I'll repeat what I said before we started. The primary responsibility of commissioners is to manage and control the county budget. It's not a crisis, but could possibly become one if we allow it to happen. So that's kind of what we have to look at now. I think that the salary increase that we're asked for were they're not possible for us to accomplish with the deficit that we have. I did check on last Friday what the state is doing, and sometimes we base our wage increases on the state. And I was told, and I saw a different figure this morning or some sure, that the average increase for state workers is going to be between 2 and 4%, with an average of being 2.5%. That's what I was told last
Judge
Friday.
Novak gave me a similar number.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
So if everybody received $100 a month increase in wages, it would average to about 2.7%.
I just want to comment that as a county, your employees are the number one asset. We need to take care of the employees. I know times are tough right now, but I feel it's important to show your appreciation to the employees of Oliver County. Maybe there's other places that could be cut, but I feel they've all done a great job. And remember, if we don't have employees, then there's no reason to do some of these different things that have to get done in our county. I just feel that we should really consider a good, fair, equitable wage increase for the employees.
Okay, I guess when we look at our neighboring counties, we can't compete. We can't compete with Mercer County, which
I understand
is McLean County, Martin County. They operate, usually they have a pretty good budget, and they have an excess budget. We have a deficit. We're not a rich county. Like 3 years ago, with the Prairie Dog funding, Oliver County received 14% less than the next lowest county. A lot of them, they can survive on just a prairie dog. We can't. And prairie dog is based on, I guess, all your businesses in the county, whether you have major highways and urban development. And we have one town, we have no major highway. And that's what was the Upper Great Plains Advisory Group. They're the ones that set up the prairie dog funding, which helps support a lot of places. We don't have this. And our only weight increase, weight income is by mill levies, and that's kind of become a thing of the past now. So I don't know, that's my hard luck story for the county.
No, I understand that.
And I appreciate the input, but
I just want to know that
yeah.
the employees are appreciated at Oliver County. And they work hard at watching the funding and dollars too.
We have good hardworking people in every department. I agree.
Absolutely.
So with my numbers, at a $45,000 wage, if we give them $1 an hour, that's a 4% increase. Which I guess I'd like to see everybody get a wage. I mean, that's what I fought for with the union, and I guess, like you say, the deficit's definitely a problem, but we got to maintain and keep our employees too. Is a big concern. So, how we go about it? Any input, Rob?
$100 a month.
Well, a $1.50 raise would be a 6% raise. And I know Mercer County gave a $2 raise, that would be an 8% increase.
What he's proposing is about 70 cents an hour.
Repeat that one?
You're proposing about 70 cents an hour on a 35-hour work week. That's about what you said $100 a month, right?
Right, $100 a month, yeah.
$140 month, that's what a lot of the people here work. Not all of them, but a lot of them. That's 71 cents.
So, what do you say, Rob?
wish we had some more money.
Well, my view is at least $1.
I don't know that we can go over $1.
Right. So the coal mine hits the gold mine.
Well, let's put it this way, if a bunch of people move to town, that's exempt from the 3%, and that would fix this. So you let your coworkers know if they're looking for housing, you got
Yeah, I guess if you and I main code, go back to that rule 20-some years ago, everybody lives in the county.
That would fix the whole problem.
Can you start on that?
He did start on it, we just need more like him.
I think this whole neighborhood's turning into that.
Well, that's a good thing.
The other option would be to bring this to the voters. Like, explain to them what the deficit is and see if they will approve the increase.
Well, I didn't think to ask you how many people are watching right now, but I know we've had up to 1,000, 1,100 people view our meetings afterwards or during and after. Or I shouldn't say people, that many hits.
Signed on. I think we'll get there, I just don't want to do it the first year.
Okay, I mentioned earlier too that no wage increase for commissioners, board members, employees hired in 2025 or this year, or temporary employees. And eliminate all salary bump up pay. Do you agree with?
I'm on the same page.
The only one I'm concerned about is when we split the recorder, county recorder, the clerk of courts. We did take quite a bit away from the clerk of courts, and there was a $5,000 savings to the county. I just want to throw that out. My view is we could.
For as far that could be one employee that would be exempt from automatically getting a pay raise in 2025.
Okay, say that again.
So that one employee could get a pay raise for 2025 is what you're saying?
In the future, yeah. Just my view, I believe the salary was 51,000. We took 15,000 away. We gave 10,000 to the clerk of courts. That left 5,000 that wasn't accounted for at the time. Alice, correct me if I'm wrong. But my view is some of that could be get back, because if we look at the future, if the county recorder retires or quits, what are we going to get somebody in for 36 or 37,000 a year? And then are we going to end up doing like we did over here at the county agent's office, bumping it up a little bit, get somebody? Just things I've been. And then another part I guess I've wondered about is, I know our road superintendent, our sheriff, their salary, they don't get any overtime. And both of them have been putting in a lot of time. I am very aware of what money we have available, but they both are putting in quite a bit of time that they don't get extra for.
I have one thing to say on that. I mean, are you basing this on a 35-hour work week? Is that what you're considering, maybe, $1 an hour for the 35? I mean, for the sheriff's department, and I'm sure a lot of the other departments are working over 40, sheriff's department, we put in 40 plus hours, and, we're working nights, weekends, holidays, storms, whatever, so.
Well, a lot of my numbers I come up with, I went through the North Dakota Association of Counties, averages of counties, and some are similar to the same size. It's pretty all over. Some counties work 35, some work 38. And our county only works 35 hours. And when you figure what some are getting a little more than what ours are getting, they're working more hours too, so. This isn't easy for anybody in TV land.
With my request, I wanted to bump up to 35 hours because right now I'm at 32. So. I just wanted you guys to consider that because I'm at 32 for the last 2-3 years.
And you're hourly.
And I'm hourly. Mm-hmm.
And how much do you?
You guys have that sheet. That was included with the budget.
How much do you guys volunteer time?
I think you should say that.
Yes.
I think everybody else has the 35 and I just want to be bumped up to 35. I take PTO if I don't do my hours, so I write down my hour. I'm one of the only employees who writes down their hours besides I think Charlotte does too. Which I have no problem doing, but.
Well, for the 8 years I was coming to meetings before I stepped into this role, I know what John Wicklow was getting. I know you're getting 9,000, 9,100. Where did they go with that? And James getting 13,000. Taking that into consideration because planning and zoning. It's hard to separate your planning and zoning from your normal work hours. And I think it's every day. You probably, both of you have to work on it. How do you split it?
Well, mine's not really, like I said, when I requested 8-hour increase a few years ago, it's not a bump up in pay. It's I have to work. So it's my same pay, but I have to put 3 more hours into it. And Alice mentioned there are times when I do work overtime, but I don't put it down, because working the jobs I do, can't be done in different times of the year, can't be done with 32 hours. So, and I'm fine with that,
I think we've all done that a time or two.
Right. Exactly. But I would like to be able to put in that 35 and put that down and get paid for those 3 hours that I put in.
How hard is it to figure out $1 an hour for hours for everybody? How much would that put us in a deficit? You know what I mean?
I didn't know what you asked it.
Maybe we would still abide by these requests. Commissioners get nothing and.
Oh, definitely.
I don't want nothing.
No, I don't think we should get in.
I don't either.
In fact, I'd be okay with it, even though I can't speak for the future, but commissioners probably shouldn't get a raise in several years. At least 3 to 4. And that would get me and you out to the end of our term.
Well, that's my objective. Before we be here 1 term at the current rate. You know, ballpark, Jaden, how many hours are
A
there?
35-hour work week for a full-time employee is 1,820 hours, so that's $1,820 increase.
1,800.
Okay,
I had 1,840 figured. Okay.
And you was figuring $1,200, and you were figuring $1,800. That's the difference.
So I'm just thinking the total, what does that put us with everybody?
and if you really want a full answer, you're gonna have to give me another few minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking too. But I definitely think the county recorder, there's a little bit of increase because
I just did it based on
to replace that position.
There's no dollar per hour
That's how you
amount, it was just
base
what was
pay.
requested.
What are you looking at? I agree. That's what.
I made my comment, I'm waiting for you two
I
for
don't know what
the,
you said, I don't know what you said.
well, I think like, I think right now the salary is 37.
It's right here.
Read it to me.
55.
Oh, 35, 48. Yeah, it was 51. And then we took 10,000 and gave that to the clerk of courts. And there was still 5,000 that wasn't used or. So I don't know. To be fair, it'd be nice to give everybody 5,000 like last year, but it ain't gonna work.
Just say, Alice had done up that $1.50 or $2 an hour increase. And if you take away the bump ups that were included in that, like $1.50 is 27 for the full time, 27.30. If you take away the bump ups, give me like just a few minutes here.
It's almost where he's at. That's almost where you're at.
3% would be
$1,380. Do 80 cents a year. Or 90 cents. And then Kenny and Dave get 2,000. No, that ain't, no, that don't keep.
I guess the part Dave and Kenny are both got to deal with is their workers with their overtime are going to make almost as much as them. And for the responsibility, Dave, I can't speak on your part as much as Kenny, but Rob can. But what since last December when we became commissioners and what the changing we did, fuel oil, getting the electricity back in order, a building that was a shock hazard, the doors fixed, the windows fixed, has saved us a lot of money.
When I did the $1.50, no bump ups,
Yep.
it's $27.30 per person for full time, like 35 hours.
27.30.
The total for general fund with an increase would be $23,400 for general fund.
That's basically the courthouse.
Yes, that's the courthouse. The county shop, county road, if they all got the same dollar amount increase, it'd be a $15,600 increase.
So almost 40,000.
40,000 between the two. Yep.
And then you've got extension,
Is that just the full time down at the court shop?
that's just the full time, that doesn't include an increase for the temps.
And then
Um,
according to Lee's, it wouldn't be for the 20s.
Anybody that started in 25, so 2 of them that just got hired this year would not get an increase. They would remain where they're currently at. Sheriff's Department, because they're considered 40-hour work weeks.
There were two of them hired this year, right? Am I right? 200 in the sheriff's department?
Just one.
One and then 2 at the shop.
Like 3
One with the sheriff's department.
There'd be a $16,000 increase for the Sheriff's Department, which is also considered general fund, but it's split out.
So now 56.
I mean, what's currently being asked is $145,000 increase if, based on what everybody is requesting. If you do the $1.50, you know, whatever that means. And I didn't do $1 because I just have the spreadsheet that Alice had done up and I took out the bump ups for $1.50 for everybody.
That would be 2/3 of that.
Well, part of what I've looked at, and I'm sure all three of us, I know we've all put a lot of time into trying to figure this out. We don't have the right answer. Well, we gotta be accountable to the taxpayer, but I don't know. Like I say, I'm still in favor of some of these changes, but but on the numbers you just gave us was based on $1.
That's $1.50.
Oh, $1.50.
That was what was presented as a cost of living. It's either $1.50 or $2 for a cost of living. I mean, that's my comment is cost of living isn't decreasing either, so.
Okay, but $1.50 would amount to a 6% raise.
For full time.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of depends on what
The
the
thing
wage
is,
is at though.
what is health
if
insurance?
somebody's making more, that increase is gonna be more
Right.
than that, or.
But that's why we wanna stay at $1 amount, and then what's bad is the health insurance is gonna keep going up too.
How many dollars is that go this year? For 25, for 26?
25 through 27, a family plan is $28,242, and a single policy is $11,680.
What was it before the increase? 15%.
It went up by 15%.
Huh?
It went up 15% July 1. But that's good for 2 years now.
3 years?
2.
$1.50 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So it costs us $60,000.
What would our 26 budget be? How much higher? What percentage higher than our 25 budget? Can you get those figures here?
Yeah, give me just a couple minutes here.
So Kenny and Dave, do you guys have a problem with, like your 2 new guys you have, the 1 new you have? I just feel they should be getting less than ones that have been on track for at least a year.
Okay.
Just for thinking.
So when we started the 2 new guys at the county as the blade operators, we started them at temp pay, so they would have a chance to do a 40 cents an hour raise.
26. I think Marvin and they were getting 30, 26.
Okay.
And the temporaries were getting 30 even.
So, and then once their 6 months probation was up, they'd go to the 30, 26.
That was the agreement.
I'm good with that then.
And then our current temp that we just hired, we hired at $2 less an hour.
And they should be getting, temporary should be getting less. I know Daryl Berger fought for that to get them up there, but I think now we're at the point where permanent should be getting more, although they do get better benefits.
Yeah.
They do get the benefits.
Yeah.
So the general fund employees, what we're currently at for wages would be $813,706.76. That includes the county sheriff's department. That's general fund total. If you did $1.50 an hour increase, it would be an increase of $24,960 for non-sheriff's department and $15,853.50.
Say that again. That second amount.
$15,823.50. So a total of $40,813 for the general fund, based on this year's wages with $1.50 an hour increase for everybody. And then county road, if you did everybody, it'd be a $15,600 increase. Or if you're just doing those hired before 25, it's a $9,630 increase.
Let's take a vote.
We have to have something to vote on. I know. That's what we don't have right now.
You see your notes, Lee.
Okay, I got lots of different figures. Something, there's copies of it back there for yourself.
Okay with that.
I could make
Okay,
a
we've
comment.
discussed a few things here. Made a minute yet to punch in some numbers.
I guess if I could make a comment, just as a overall generality, if we're gonna start picking and choosing employees who get more, we've already had issues with that in the past couple of years.
Okay, so what are you saying as far as like the county recorder, you mean?
No, I'm just in general. If you would have given me more than everybody else, or if you're gonna pick and choose people who get more based on whatever, there might be some hard feelings. I'm just putting that
Well,
out there because
I'm
I've
basing
already.
my stuff on responsibility and what, like I say, going back to that state's attorney that made the comment. Majority of the taxpayers, they want good roads and streets, and they want good law enforcement. A lot of the rest of what we're doing, like right now, a lot of them don't care until they hear that their taxes are going up. Then they care.
But in the same sense, we all,
Oh, definitely.
it starts with me with valuations, then it goes with, you know, I mean, it's a.
If the books ain't right, we got a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I would say,
And
those
that's,
of
I
us
think,
that work in this building, that's a little bit of an insult saying that we're not important.
No, I'm not saying that at all. We need every one of you.
So is we're talking about improving all this other stuff I talked about. Okay, you're saying $1.50 an hour? You're saying $1 an hour? If somebody said $1.25 an hour, to split the difference, would that bring on a vote?
It's not gonna
Do you
cause our
want me to do
feelings.
the math?
No, it's too late. If the state's at 3, should we be much over that? That's my only concern.
But then some of our wages have been low
Yeah.
compared. So we have to consider that. I mean, last year they did a very good bonus to get help and get up. So I guess I don't have a problem with $1 a quarter at all.
Okay, my suggestion was a 2.7% raise.
Which is,
That's what averages out if everybody stick up to
$1 a quarter. Yeah, he's right, he's right.
Oh, that's at $100 per month increase. Oh, that would average out 2.7%.
4% raise ain't a bad raise in the private sector anyway.
In the private sector, I've done some studies. There's been private sectors that are giving anywhere from 3 to 9% wage increases this last year. Just so your information.
Well, I've been out of the private sector since March.
Does anyone care to make a motion that any of these figures that we talked about? We talked about $1 an hour, we talked about $1.50 an hour, and we talked about 2.7%. So, anybody care to make a motion on any one of those? Okay, no motion. Here's no motion, so
I'll make the motion at $1 an hour. Do you want to do something with Vicky's?
Well, we should. I guess I was more in favor of $1 a quarter, but I guess that can go under discussion.
Sure.
I guess if you don't get a second, it can fail and we can renegotiate. Any last minute opinion on it?
I'm waiting for a motion.
Okay. So now you got a motion for $1 an hour and
Okay, motion $1 an hour is what you said? Motion for $1 an hour increase. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? I will second that motion. Have a roll call vote on it.
Do we want,
Is there discussion?
do we need discussion on that first?
should.
Okay.
Personally, I'd like it to fail and go to $1 a quarter. I know all of us are taxpayers, we all got to answer for it, but. So I would vote no on this.
Vote no on $1 an hour.
Yes. My feeling, at least $1 a quarter. And I'm sure the text messages are gonna be flying, but we gotta keep our employees paid too.
Move to amend then. Just move to amend. There you go.
Okay, I'll make a motion to amend the motion of $1 an hour to $1 a quarter an hour.
I'll second that.
Okay, my motion and a second. Any further discussion?
How do you handle the record?
Well, we can do that separate.
Or do you wanna, how do you wanna handle Ken and Dave?
I don't know.
It's separate too, I don't care.
Okay, the motion is right now. Did you read that for us, Kim?
So Rob made a motion for $1 an hour, Lee seconded, there's discussion, Dave moved to amend $1 an hour to $1.25 an hour, seconded by Rob. Is this for all employees or is this not for all employees?
Contingent upon Lee's recommendation.
That would be.
Commissioners, temporary.
Commissioners are exempt. Boards are exempt.
No 2025 hires.
Give that to you.
There's your top sheet there, Lee.
I have no idea where it's at now.
I have with no
Oh, here.
increases to commissioners, temps, and hired in 2025. Is that correct?
Say that again.
No commissioner increase, no temp increase, and no 2025 hired increase.
Or board
Or
members.
board members.
Or board members.
Gentlemen, I have court for Oliver County. I have to step out now.
Thank you, Patrick.
You know, could you repeat, you have all that info, so make sure that we're.
Okay, amended to $1.25 an hour with no increases to the commissioners, temporary employees, employees hired in 2025, or board members.
Okay, that's motion, well heard in the motion.
Accurate?
I think that's accurate.
Any further discussion on it? The discussion, keep the official asked it 3 times. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Rob?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Lee? Nay. Motion carried. Isn't time to quit yet, is it?
So, do we want to address the county recorder? What's your guys' feelings? I just feel, like I say, if we gotta hire in the future, we're gonna end up bumping anyway.
Dave, that's an elected position.
Okay?
I'm just letting you know, it's an elected.
Well, okay, yeah, you're right.
So you wouldn't do the hiring, the people would do the hiring.
Yep. But, at that salary,
How are we gonna get candidates?
have an opinion?
We already made the motion and approved pay increase and all that.
Okay, I guess I thought we could do that beside afterwards. Otherwise, it was my mistake. Not to include it.
I think we shouldn't do it at this budget approval right now. I think maybe something that we can discuss at say our next meeting, but I don't think it would be proper to do right now. I think that would be.
We cannot change the budget as approved for 2026 at this time. We can amend the budget next year in 2026, but by law, we cannot change it once this is approved.
I think so. We're tied in right now, I believe on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do it.
Similar to the major amendments that we've done this year, that is doable, but we cannot change it as approved now because that is what is approved for budget taxpayer purposes.
Gotcha. Okay, we've approved the final budget. The meeting is adjourned.
You're